Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another live stream watch along on the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. It's India versus Australia, second test, day number one from the Arun Jaitley Stadium, formerly known as the Fisher Kotler. And it's lunch on day one. Australia won the toss and 3 for 94 after 25 overs from Australia. So a slightly better batting performance as we saw on day one of the first test at Nagpur. But 3 for 94 after 25 overs. They won the toss and they are looking to get a score on the board in this first innings, hopefully. But that is the situation at lunch. Hello, Raj. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. And thanks to everyone who will be joining us for this second session of play, which is not too far away from resuming. And for those who didn't know, we'll go through the teams. We'll start with the home team. India, Rohit Sharma, Rahul, Pujara, Curly, Iyer comes back in for Sky, Bharat, the wicketkeeper, Jadeja, Patel, Ashwin, and Siraj and Shami. For Australia, they've made a couple of changes from their team from the first test. Warner and Khawaja, Labuschagne Smith, Travis Head. Travis Head's being talked about a lot. He returns to the 11 for Renshaw, Hanscom, Carey, Cummins, Lyon, Murphy, and Matt Kuhneman comes in for Scott Boland. Left-arm spinner from Queensland makes his test debut in this test. So Australia picking the one fast bowler, and that's Pat Cummins. And they've got three spinners in Lyon, Murphy, and Kuhneman to try and take the wickets in this test match. So it'll be interesting to see how they go. But that is the team that Australia have selected for this second test match of this series. So lunch, 3 for 94 for Australia, and we're not far away from the session starting. Hello, John. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. And Australia 3 for 94, 25 overs in that first session of play. They won the toss. Pat Cummins for the second time in the series. For Australia, they have to make it count. It's a very good toss to win for Australia, I think, in a game, in a test match that the series depends on it. It was a very good toss to win. If India would have won the toss today, it would have been very tough work for Australia, knowing that they've only picked the one fast bowler, and that's Pat Cummins. Australia haven't done that since the test series in Bangladesh in 2017, where they've picked one fast bowler and three spinners. And that's what they've done for this test. But I think looking at the surface, we've seen some turn, and it's not a surprise there that this pitch will turn as the game progresses. I don't think it's a bad strategy from Australia to do that, but they've got to put some runs up in this first innings to really make it count. 3 for 94, but I was encouraged. I looked at Australia's batting in that first session. I like what I saw in parts. I think different mindset. They're a little bit more aggressive, using their feet. Khawaja especially, who's batted really well for his 50 not out. So a change in mindset. And we saw from Australia, they scored some runs. And we saw the Indian bowlers feel a little bit under pressure. They were changing the fields and putting fielders back and not in attacking positions. So that's what that positive intent does. But it was good to see that from Australia. Good to see that they went away and they just reflected on what happened in that first test. Don't overthink it. Just go out there, play the ball as you see it off the pitch and react to it. And it was good to see them just try and do that in that first session. But we're raring to go for the second session. It's going to be Mohammad Siraj to open up after lunch. He bowled pretty well in the first session. And Travis Head out there in the middle with Khawaja. And they'll be looking to get off to a good start after the lunch break. So I think facing Siraj after lunch is a good thing for Australia, just to get in and set again. But definitely India will start up with a spinner at the other end. Depends who will it be. Will it be Ashwin or Jadeja? Axar Patel hasn't had a bowl today. Anyway, Mohammad Siraj at the top of his mark. He's bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, none 14. He bowled well. Bit of movement that he got from the pitch. He bowled some good short balls to Warner especially. He's going to be bowling right arm over the wicket to Travis Head. He will be on strike, the right-hander. Here we go. First ball after lunch. It's going to be Siraj to Khawaja. This one, to Travis Head. I don't know why they have Khawaja on strike. He's not on strike. It's Travis Head. And that one's a short delivery from Siraj, and Travis Head sways out of the way of that. Lets it go through to the keeper for no run. So good delivery first up from Siraj. A short ball to begin. And Travis Head was just playing that shot with ease, or playing that leave with ease, really. The short ball didn't really trouble him, so he was able to leave that. But Siraj looking to be aggressive. First ball of his first over after the lunch break. Good crowd in to the Fresher Kotla as Siraj into Head. This one full. And Travis Head drives to mid-off for no run. Solid shot there from Travis Head. Raj says Shami and Siraj got some seam movement. Yeah, they did. And they used it well. John says India's first session, Siraj bowled beautifully. Jay says, who's the third spinner? He's Matt Kuhneman. Jay, Matt Kuhneman from Queensland. He's on debut today. And got his cap presented by fellow Queensland teammate Labuschagne. Siraj in again to Head, and Head leaves this outside off stump straight through to the keeper. Another dot ball for Siraj and India. Yeah, exactly right, Raj Kuhneman. I'll get the team up for Australia here. And as you can see there, Matt Kuhneman, there he is. On debut. Australia going in with 3 spinners. And that is the team they have selected for this test. So Siraj, good start after lunch, but a good start from Travis Head, being watchful. Siraj in, this one short, outside off stump, and Travis Head throws his hands at this. It races away to the third man boundary for the first boundary after the lunch break. Travis Head gets his first boundary. That's what he can do, and he's looking to be aggressive. And Mohammad Siraj, he should know, and that's not the line or the length to bowl to Travis Head outside off stump, because he's just going to play that shot. He's just going to flare you away through that offside region. And we saw that from the West Indies and South Africa during the Test summer in Australia. They didn't quite get it right to Travis Head. But confidence booster for Head. And Australia 2 runs short of the century. And you will have to say, nice start from Travis Head. And that will boost his confidence. Siraj into Head, who defends this ball to cover. And it's a dot ball. John says Kuhneman on debut, yes. And good to see another debutant. I hope he does well like Todd Murphy. But good to see him get the opportunity, Kuhneman. He's done pretty well for Queensland in Sheffield Shield cricket. He played in the recent Sheffield Shield match that Queensland played. I think that was against Victoria at the MCG, and I think he bowled well in that game. So deserves the call-up. He's played some cricket before for Australia, played the ODIs in Sri Lanka last year. Siraj into Head. This one short, outside off stump again, and Head glides it down to the fielder at deep backward point for a single to end the first over after lunch. End of the over, it's 3 for 99. Thanks for joining us, everyone. And let's have some fun, talk cricket for a couple of hours in this second session, and offer your thoughts on this test match. Jay, you're saying how many left-handers Australia have? Well, you got you got Khawaja, you got Warner, that's 2. So that's 2. You got Travis Head, that's 3. Alex Carey, that's 4 in the side that I can think of. I think 4 left-handers in the side for Australia, or 5. As Raj says, at least 4 or 6, maybe 7. Raj says Murphy. Yep, I think he's a left-hander as well. Ashwin to open up after lunch from the other end. And first delivery, he bowls to Head, is defended by Travis Head. On the front foot, that one turning back down the line. Travis Head getting his front pad and bat and defending that ball. Ashwin in to Head, defends to cover, and there's no run. Raj says, don't know if the debutant bats left or right-handed. Well, he's a left-arm spinner, Raj, so that gives you a bit of a clue. But that's not often the case. If you bat with one hand, you often bowl with the other hand, a bit antidextrous. Some players have been like that in their career. They bat with one hand and they bowl with the other hand. So he may be one of those, Matt Kuhneman, but I'm pretty sure he's a left-hander. We'll have to wait and see. We'll probably search that up on his profile on ESPN Cricket Info to see what he does bat with, what hand. Ashwin in to Travis Head, who drives outside off stump, straight to the fielder at cover for no run. Dr. Jihan says Marnus is going to run with the new ball, apparently. Well, they've only picked one quick, and that's Pat Cummins. As this one defended again by Head onto the leg side for no run. Australia looking to get in and set after the lunch break. 3 for 99. One ball left of the 27th over. Ashwin in to Head, who defends on the front foot again. And this is a dot ball. Dot ball. It's a maiden from Ashwin. It's 3 for 99. Well, that's the risk that Australia have taken, but you could argue that is probably going to be the right option. As we've seen thus far, this pitch has turned a bit and probably get worse as the match progresses here in this second test. So it does upset the balance a bit without Cameron Green in the side. Without Cameron Green in the side, he was pushing for selection for the second test. Unfortunately, didn't quite get up. He didn't want to take the risk, and that's fair enough. But he does upset the balance of the side because you don't have another quick who can bowl seam up. But as you suggested there, Jihan, obviously Marnus can bowl leg spin and he can bowl medium pace. But if we're asking Marnus to bowl medium pace, then we must be in trouble. But probably he may have to do that in this test. But I can understand why they went with three spinners. They went with Kuhneman, left-arm spinner, to give them that variation that they were lacking in the last test. That could be the difference for Australia. Siraj again into Khawaja. This one full, defended by Khawaja to mid-off for no run. Raj says Ganguly was a right-arm medium pace and superb left-handed batsman, so I can't really make a call based on their bowling action. John says long tough for Australia, which is a worry. Well, it doesn't help if you don't have Cameron Green on the side because he can be that extra batter and, you know, the balance of the side is pretty good. But without him on the side, it makes it hard. But you have to adapt as Siraj into Khawaja. This one on his hip, works it around the corner behind square on the leg side. And it will pick up a single, which will bring up the century for Australia. Much better batting performance by Australia today. I liked how their intent has been. Their mindset's been different in this test. You can notice that. A lot more boundaries have been scored and they're taking on the spinners, especially Khawaja. He hit Ashwin over the top for 6 in that first session. And I applauded that shot when Khawaja played that shot. That's how to go about it. Take him on. Yep, he's Ravi Ashwin, but just play him like another bowler. Don't play the name, play the bowler and play what comes out of his hand and react to it off the pitch. That's your job as a batter. It's pretty simple. Siraj into Head. He drives on the back foot to mid-off for no run. Usman Khawaja's really batted well, and we expect this from Khawaja, a very class player. First time for him in India, and good to see him leading from the front. Australia really needed someone to be a constant in the top order today, and he has been that constant, and he's top scoring at the moment. So for Australia, they will hope that he will go on and make it a big one. Cash in, you're set. Get a partnership with Travis Head, and that's what they're doing at the moment. So Raj into Head. This one full. Head drives away from his body. It falls short to the fielder there at backward point for no run. Dr. Jihan says Cummins needs to score runs. He has fired with the bat for a long time. Yeah, his batting's dropped off a little bit, Pat Cummins. But he's a very handy cricketer, so he'll be determined. He'll he'll know that he needs to do better as captain, lead from the front. So it's a good opportunity to do that. Raj says, just like the Indian bowling in the 2020-21 series, Australia opted for newcomers this time around. John says, Cummins needs to get the radar right this test. Stop bowling on the legs, on the pads. Yep. Siraj into head. This one defended onto the leg side for no run. Yeah, that's right. His radar was a little bit off. He was a bit off the boil, Pat Cummins. But, being the only quick in this test match, he's got to be on from ball one. And he's a quality bowler. Look, you have those days where you don't quite get everything right with the ball. Doesn't come out of the hand right. You're not in rhythm. Probably for Pat Cummins, that was just one of those test matches he had. So hopefully he's ironed out the rust and he can really perform in this second test and stand up for Australia as captain. Siraj in, last ball of the over. To head, this one is a short ball. Travis Head lets it go to the keeper and it's a dot ball to finish. Good over from Siraj, just a single from it. It's 3 for 100 for Australia. Well, that's good. Australia have ticked over 100. Now the next milestone, get to 100 and 110, 120, tick it off in tens. Don't think about the scoreboard all that often. Just play the ball, see the ball. You can get into that mindset of just thinking, we need to score 400. But at the end of the day, just bat. Don't look at the scoreboard. Just bat and score runs accordingly. And that will be the key for Australia. But so far, so good. You can see that they're really fighting hard, grinding it out. That's what you want to see. Jay says, I think the right decision to play the 3 spinners. Well, that's how India go about things in these conditions, and that's what they've done. So that could be the right way to go. And probably that is probably your game plan in these conditions in India. As Ashwin gets ready to bowl another over, he's going to be bowling to Khawaja, who's on 51. Ashwin in. This one traps Khawaja on the pads is a stifle appeal from the Indian fielders, and from Ashwin, umpire nods his head, and it's a dot ball in the end. It's no run. Khawaja really leading from the front for Australia today. Needed someone in the top order to be out there and really scoring some runs, and he's doing that. India have got 2 slips. Ashwin in to Khawaja, who defends on the front foot. And there's no run. Dr. Jihan says about the England-New Zealand test at the moment. Good test match. New Zealand only behind by 29 runs now. Yeah, I've checked in with that test match as well. It's a day-night test. I thought it was a traditional test, but I was surprised when it was a day-nighter. New Zealand don't play many day-night tests. In fact, everyone around the world doesn't. It's only Australia that plays day-night tests these days. But I was quite shocked when that test match against England and New Zealand was a day-nighter. But yes, it's shaping up to be a good test match. England scoring 300 runs in the day. Ben Stokes said we're going to declare 9 down, and that's what he's done, being positive as always. That ball there from Ashwin to Khawaja was a dot ball. That one spun into Khawaja and may have caught a bit of the pad, but it was safe. No damage done. John says the pitch looked very patchy with cracks, but had more bounce than the pundits expected. Yes, it has. It's a different surface. Ashwin in to Khawaja. This one defended again by Khawaja for no run. Doing the right thing, Khawaja. Looking to get reset after lunch. And for Australia, just bat. Just bat. Forget about the scoreboard. Don't look at it. Just focus about batting and then runs will come. Ashwin in to Khawaja. Khawaja eases this through the covers for an easy single. And he turns over the scoreboard. Australia now 101 for 3. Let's invest. Thanks for joining us. You say maybe Australia tail should just slog. Can't do worse than 15 runs. It's definitely going to be the difference between the Australian tailenders and the Indian tailenders. As Ashwin in to Head. This one defended by Head for the last ball of the over, and it's a dot ball. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 101. Yes, but tailenders runs are very crucial, especially in India. And Australia will need the tailenders to contribute and stay in. Raj says a bit of the pitch information. You say, for example, one Katie pitch was red soil with a lot of turn, but they changed it to black soil and hence gives a lot of bounce and pace as well. They leave grass on it too, not in Delhi though. Thanks for that, Raj. Jay says, I like the blue soil. Pretty sure there's no blue soil, but quite unusual seeing that kind of soil. John says, what would be a good first inning score? 320. I think Australia would take that. Anything 300 plus is a bonus for Australia in these conditions. Mohammed Shami replaces Siraj at the Delhi gate end here at the Fresher Kotla. And this one's a full delivery from Shami. This one driven to mid-off by Khawaja for no run. Looking comfortable, Khawaja. He's been really impressive today. It's good to see him stand up. Going back to your question there, John. Yeah, I think anything 300 plus. I think if Australia can get 320, 350, they'll take that. They'll take it with both hands. If you said that at the start of the test match, they said, yep, sign us up for that. We'll take that. This one full again from Shami. This one defended again by Khawaja for no run. Jay says, depends how long the innings is. Yeah, you don't know how long your innings is going to go for. But if Australia can be aggressive, score quickly, we saw a little bit of that in the first session. Then, by the end of tea, probably by the end of the day, probably touching that 300 mark, and I think go on tomorrow. It's not impossible to score runs on this pitch. It's turning a bit. It's not unplayable. It's all about the mind. The power of the mind is a strong thing. And it's mind over matter, really. It's just putting that out of your head. Okay, that ball spun sharply. Put it out of your head. Focus on the next ball. That's what Australia are doing. The run rate's good. Run rate's 3.42. That's not bad. That's quite a good run rate. So Shami in again to Khawaja. This one defended on the front foot again for no run. Raj says, I would say 350, 370 would be good for any score. Yeah, I think anything around about that mark, I think Australia will take that. They're in the game and they're in a good position. And it'd be interesting to see how the bowling attack goes with the one quick and three spinners. Obviously, two of them are inexperienced. Murphy playing in his second test, but he did well on debut, taking 7 wickets. As Shami bowls a short ball to Khawaja. Khawaja sways out of the way, watches it through as the ball slaps into the gloves of Bharat, the wicketkeeper for no run. He's fumbled a few today, Bharat, behind the stumps. The ball was moving all over the place in the first session. Conceded some byes, but understandable. It's only his second test match, but he took that ball cleanly off the last delivery. Raj says, the reason I'm saying is the second innings on both sides will be less than 200. This one full from Shami into the pads of Khawaja, but he defends with ease. It's a dot ball to end the 30th over. It's still 3 for 101. It's a maiden over from Mohammed Shami. It's a little bit wayward in the first session today, but he's got back on his line and length and got back to what has brought him success. Jay says that's a winning score. Dr. Jihan says, can't they restore the SCG to its former character? They will learn how to play spin. The 1999 Ashes test at the SCG, ball turned square. Yeah, well, definitely the pitch at the SCG's changed a lot from the old days. As Ashwin's in to head, who drives on the back foot down the pitch for no run. That one stayed a little bit low, that delivery. So if Australia can get a good first innings total, they're well in the game. They just got to get that first. They've won a crucial toss. Ashwin in to Head. Ooh, he went down the wicket. He was caught in no man's land there. The ball trickled out behind square on the offside. And in the end, Travis Head made it back to make his ground. Travis Head. It's been in the news a lot, Travis Head. It's the time to show everyone. Good shot from Travis Head. He's dispatched Ashwin straight back down the ground over the side screen for 6. That's more like it, Australia. That's more like it, Travis Head. Don't let Ashwin dictate terms. Get down to the pitch of the ball. He hit through the line. It was a nice shot. Good use of the feet. That's what Travis Head can do. He's a counter-attacking batsman. And the selectors, you could argue they got it wrong in the first test. They brought him back for the second. That's what he can do, and Australia need more of that. Good signs from Travis Head early on in his innings as Ashwin's in again. That one defended by Head through the leg side for no run. Good shot from Travis Head. That's more like it. Put the pressure on. And that's the second 6, I believe, this innings. Ashwin has been hit for 2 sixes now. Off Khawaja and now Head. Ashwin bowls to Head. There's an appeal for court. He was down the pitch, Travis Head, but India not convinced. Probably just hit the pad only, and there's no run. Stephen says, should Warner be dropped? He's 36, bit late in the career to go searching for form for overseas tours. I'll get back to that as Ashwin's into Head. This one defended by Travis Head. And there's no run to end the over. It's the end of the over. Good over from Australia. It's 3 for 107. Well, that's up to the selectors in that decision with David Warner. I know there's a lot of talk about David Warner and about his form. Today, he was a bit patchy again, a bit scratchy. He grinded it out. He copped a few hits in the body and didn't get off the mark for some time. I think it took him 11 or 12 balls to get off the mark. He's been around for a long time, towards the end of his career. Probably he's not the same as he was, which happens when you get older. I think it will come down to what the selectors think going forward. As Shami's into Khawaja, this one eased off the hip from Khawaja. He plays that shot so nicely where he just glides the ball through square leg or backward square leg. If the bowler strays on that line on leg stump, he just guides it nicely around the corner for a single. It was an appeal for LBW on the last over from Travis Head. It wasn't caught, but it was way going down the leg side, and he was more than 3 meters down the pitch. Travis Head, so ball tracking can't really predict the path of the ball if you're 3 meters down the crease, or down the pitch, I should say. Anyway, the run rate's good, nearly 3.5 for Australia. That's good. They're scoring at a good rate and looking positive. Shami in to Travis Head, who's gone. He's gone. Travis Head flashing outside off stump and hit it straight to the fielder in the cordon. Well, it was a brief cameo from Head. That's not the shot that he would have wanted to play. He plays that shot a lot when the bowlers give him width outside that off stump. He was looking good, Travis Head. Good shot, previous ball down the ground for 6 from Ashwin, but he plays this shot and just hits it straight to KL Rahul in the sit cordon. Travis Head disappointed with that. Australia just gave away a wicket, really. That's pretty much a soft dismissal. Didn't really need to do that. Just leave it, Travis Head. Australia 4 down for 108. He's gone for 12, Travis Head. And Australia lose the first wicket after the lunch break. Now, it'll be interesting to see what a lot of people would say after this day's play about Travis Head. A lot of people will have their opinions about maybe it was the right decision to leave him out of the first test after that shot that he played. I'll leave that for people to discuss, but people will make their assessments and say probably it wasn't the right choice or whatever. Anyway, it was a poor dismissal from Travis Head. He was looking good, looked comfortable against the spin. Unfortunately, just played a rash shot. That's the thing with Travis Head. He's either going to cash in or not. brings Peter Handscomb to the crease, retained his spot. And Matt Renshaw was the one who was left out of this test match. Peter Handscomb arrives at the crease. He batted okay in the first innings in Nagpur. He's definitely been selected because of his prowess against spin. He's a good player against the spin bowling. Not so much against the quick bowling. Had a few problems with his technique for a bit there. But Australia didn't need to lose a wicket like that. Travis Head just given the wicket away there on a platter to Shami. But I feel like if Australia can get over 300, I think they'll take that. Anything 300 plus, they'll take that. I don't think they should be thinking about we should score 400. I think assess the conditions and say, right, if we get 300, that's a good score. They can definitely do that. But a couple of good partnerships. Shami into Handscomb. This one comes back into Handscomb and gets an inside edge on that one. Bharat, the keeper, fumbles it. They come through for a single. That one from Shami just came back in. No, sorry. Didn't really do much, that ball from Shami. Just an inside edge from Handscomb that just playing away from his body there. But anyway, he's off the mark. That's a good sign for him to get off the mark this early in the innings. Yet again, Mohammad Shami to Khawaja this time, who defends on the front foot with this full delivery. Australia 4 for 109. Where was I in the comments? Raj says pitch will start blowing up from day 3 onwards. Maybe after lunch, need a good score around about 350. Stephen says, why not create turning pitches in Queensland and the Northern Territory? Have winter cricket, northern half of Australia. They could do that. But they need to do something, Australia, to improve and get better in these conditions. Shami into Khawaja. This one's a full delivery. Khawaja defends with ease. He's looked the most comfortable batter at the crease. Usman Khawaja, as he always does, batting with ease and confidence. He's the key for Australia. He needs to bat long and bat big. Peter Handscomb and Carey to come. Obviously, Handscomb out there in the middle at the moment, but Carey need to support him. Australia, they can get over 300. They're in the game. That's a good score. I don't think you should be worried about getting 400. You would like that, but, try and bat within your limitations. And I think Australia, to bat that long to get to 400 is going to be a bit of a challenge. But if you can score well, the run rate's pretty good. And if they keep scoring at this run rate, they can get to 300. That's the end of the over. It's 4 for 109. A couple of runs from the over and a wicket of Travis Head, which Australia didn't need. It was a poor shot from Travis Head on his return to the test side. And people will offer their thoughts about this selection and all that. But anyway, that's the way it goes, I suppose. Raj says that's the Smith wicket was genius from Ashwin. Jay said it stayed a bit low. Stephen says, Uzi, I take back all the things I said about playing spin. He's definitely looked comfortable. Ashwin in to Handscomb, who defends on the front foot. Good, solid front foot defence from Peter Handscomb. Jihan says, I wasn't convinced with Uzi against spin. Seems the sitting duck for bat pad catches. Doing okay now. As Ashwin in to Handscomb, who defends again. This time onto the offside for no run. Jihan says, poor shot from Travis Head. Needless dismissal. Stephen says, a bit frustrated about Travis Head's dismissal. We wanted you back, and now that shot. Well, that's cricket, I suppose. There's Ashwin's in to Handscomb, who glides this to backward point for no run, playing deep back into the crease for no run. Nice crowd on a Friday in Delhi at the Fresher Kotla. I know that's not called the Fresher Kotla anymore. It's called the Arun Jaitley Stadium. But for many people, it will be still known as the Fresher Kotla. And got an interesting stat about Australia here at this ground. As Ashwin in to Hanscom, who defends back down the pitch on the back foot for no run. Raj says, I doubt Australia will get over 300. Steven says, all good. The spin specialist coming in next. It's Peter Hanscom. 2 balls left of Ashwin's over. He's it. Peter Hanscom pulling out. Something behind the side screen distracting him. Not really quite ready and set to face up the ball, to face this delivery. Here we go. Ashwin in to Hanscom, who works it through mid-wicket for a single. There's a fielder out there in the deep. It will pick up a comfortable single. Dr. Jihan says, ironically, he looked comfortable against the spin. Stephen says, subcontinent guru, Hanscom in next. And he is. And he's doing an okay job. Jihan says, how about these two bat until the end of the day? Well, that's the plan. Get a partnership here. You can score runs on this surface. It's all about trying to get past this difficult period. Defended by Khawaja, last ball of the over for no run. It's the end of the over. 1 from the over. It's 4 for 110. It's steady progress for Australia. I think what I've noticed in this test match, they've done a little bit better than the first test. Of course, there are going to be some struggles and problems, of course, and that happens when you're foreign. When you're playing in foreign conditions, you don't know these conditions all that often, and you don't play in them. I think that's the problem with all sides, especially around the world these days. You don't play tour matches anymore. And I think it's important to get young players exposed. Probably A tours, Australia A, play India A, younger players getting used to these conditions from Australia. So when they do get an opportunity to play at this level, they know how to play in these conditions. Shami in to Hanscom. And this one glided by Hanscom to backward points for no run. John says, we'll struggle to get to 250. Have the faith, John. Be optimistic. Takes a good partnership to get there. But Khawaja's still out there. He's batting comfortably. And he's been really impressive today, Khawaja. He's really shown the example of how Australia should go about things. I think he's balanced attack and defence quite well. And he's playing well. Shabby in to Hanscom. This one a full delivery, and Hanscom defends easily for no run. Raj says, I hope that catch gives confidence to Rahul. And he scores something. I am desperate for him. We'll take anything above 60 from him. Well, there's been a lot of talk about KL Rahul and the Indian side. John says, I have no problems with head selection, not like Renshaw was doing nothing or anything. Shami in to Hanscom, who defends. All right. Jay says, how Hanscom will play decides Australia's score. Jay also says, drop Kayal and play Shubman Gill. That's up to the selectors at the end of the day, I suppose. Raj says, a small commemoration of Pujara's 100th test before the game, where Gavaskar gave him his 100th cap. It was pretty wholesome. Yes. Cheshwar Pujara, 100 test matches for him today. And plays it here in Delhi as Shami bowls to Hanscom, who defends onto the offside. No run. Raj says he's been a fighter for us, especially against Australia. Well, he's got the most runs of any current player at the moment between Australia and India in Test cricket. It's quite an achievement in itself, but a very good player, Pujara, and has come back into this side after being left out for a bit, but grabbing his opportunity with both hands. And this delivery from Shami outside off stump, and Hanscom glides it nicely behind square on the offside for 4 runs. That's Peter Hanscom's first boundary. Australia picking up the boundaries when needed. Score moves on to 4 for 114. It's a good shot from Hanscom. Just open the face of the blade there and glide that nicely behind square. Pretty safe shot along the ground That's the old adage in cricket, look to hit the ball along the ground, and they won't catch you, they won't get you out. But if you hit the ball up in the air, you'll certainly have more risk of getting out. That was certainly the old adage back in the old days of the game. Have times to change with T20 cricket. Certainly batters with a different mindset, looking to be aggressive and attacking and taking risks. Last ball for Shami into Hanscom, who drives again through the offside for 4 runs. Back-to-back boundaries to end the over from Australia and Hanscom. It's the end of the over. 4 for 118. Good over from Australia. Boundaries are coming. The run rate's good. Australia looking to be positive. A different change in the mindset compared to the test at Nagpur. Peter Hanscom just guided that nicely through the covers. Jay says, we love Pujara. He's well loved in his Indian team and his teammates. Rouches, I'm hoping for a big 100 from him. John says, is it still mist or smog hanging over the ground? Well, I think it's smog. I think, John, obviously in Delhi, you do get that smog that does come over the ground here at the Fresher Kotla. So I think it's a bit of smog hanging around. I don't think it's mist. But we saw that quite prevalent this morning in the morning session. It was over the ground, but it seemed to clear up a little bit. So Jadeja replaces Ashwin into the attack. And he'll be bowling to Khawaja, who's on 53. Peter Hanscom on 10. Travis Head was the last wicket. He got out. Jadeja into Khawaja. This one, a reverse sweep. Works it to backward point for a single. Good batting from Khawaja. He's been prepared to play his shots, being aggressive, looking to take on the bowlers, and especially the spinners, and it certainly worked. He's definitely been the most comfortable batter for Australia in this test thus far. The run rate's good. Current run rate is 3.48. That's not bad. And Australia is scoring at a good rate. So if they can continue on this run rate, look to be positive, they can definitely get up towards 300 by the end of the day. Batting first, winning the toss, if they can get over 300, they're still in this test match. And this pitch will get more turn and deterioration as we progress throughout these 5 days and the next few days. As Jadeja in to Hanscom. This one defended by Hanscom easily on the front foot for no run. Jadeja in to Hanscom. This one defended easily by Hanscom for no run. Four for 119 for Australia. 35th over in progress. 3 balls left. As Jadeja's in to Hanscom, the right-hander, who guides this through the offside for a single. Score moves on to 120 for 4. Hello, Barath. Good evening to you, or good morning, or good afternoon, and thank you. That's just saying hello, Dibbly-Dobbly family. That's kind of you there, Barath. Jadeja in to Khawaja. This one defended. Onto the leg side for no run. Sorry, for a single. Khawaja just... That one popping just forward of the short leg fielder. It was good catching height, but just wide of that short leg fielder. Khawaja gets away with it with a single. And he moves on to 55 and Hanscom. So good little partnership developing between these two. Jadeja in. Last ball of the over to Hanscom. This one left outside off stump for no run. It's the end of the over. Good over from Australia. 3 runs from it. It's 4 for 121. 35 overs have been completed. Good crowd in at the Fisher Courtler, now known as the Arun Jaitley Stadium. The stadium was renamed, obviously, the home of Virat Kohli. He's from Delhi. He's got a stand named after him. And it's going to be Axel Patel. He's into the attack for the first time today. Had to wait for a while. It's been Ashwin and Jadeja who've done most of the bowling from the spin attack. But Patel gets his opportunity. He's going to be bowling from the Delhi gate end. Impressive test career thus far for Patel. 48 wickets at an average of 14 is not bad. Strike rate of 37.9, best of 6 for 38. That was in that test match in Ahmedabad against England a couple of years ago, in that day-night test where that match was on fast-forward mode. So Patel in, first ball of his first over to Khawaja. This one defended on the back foot from Khawaja with and there's no run. Stephen says, big 100 from Uzi and needed to hit 300 plus. Yeah, I think Australia will take that. I think we can't get too far ahead of ourselves and say, oh, we need to score 400 or whatever. I think Australia, within their limitations and their strengths with their batting, I think 300 plus, anything 320, 330 is a good score. And Australia will take that. And that's a massive improvement from the first test after that disaster. Patel in to Khawaja. This one down the leg side. Khawaja works it through mid-wicket for a single. And he ticks over his score to another run. We've seen from Khawaja today, he's played the sweep shot, reverse, log sweep, paddle, conventional sweep. It's been pretty good today, Khawaja. The run rate's good, 3.44. It's not a bad run rate. So Australia are scoring runs, a bit more positive in this test match, which is a good sign. Got to keep it up. Just got to keep backing your process and methods. Patel in to Hanscom. This one worked onto the leg side from Hanscom for a single. And he moves on to 12. John, referring to the poll I just posted, he said, I voted yes. My head says no, but my heart says yes. Well, they can definitely get there. The run rate's good, so if they keep scoring at this run rate, they can definitely touch 300. Patel in to Khawaja. Khawaja works it away onto the offside for another single. Jay says, let's go, Axel Patel. He's certainly done well in his test career thus far. Last ball of the over for Jadeja. Patel bowling, not Jadeja. He bowled the last over. This one a dot ball from Patel to finish his over to Hanscom. Defended nicely for a dot ball. It's the end of the over for 124. After 36 overs of this Australian first innings. From the Fisher Courtler here in Delhi. And for the second test match. We'll get to the comments. Baraf says, Ashton Agar's confidence would have been hit so bad. A new spinner being flown in as a replacement for Swepson gets into the 11, but not Agar. Ouch, hard luck. Baraf, I think it just shows the lack of confidence in Ashton Agar. I couldn't understand why pick Ashton Agar if you didn't have confidence in him. And you should have went with Kuhnemann the first time around. But, it's a bit of a confidence denter when it comes to that. Players not being selected and that. But it just shows that he needs to do more if he is going to be a part of this test side. He probably needs to do more. His first-class record's not good as Jadeja bowls to Khawaja. This one defended on the front foot for no run. So he just needs to improve his first-class cricket, really. I think the test match in Sydney didn't convince the Australian selectors about his chances in India because he didn't bowl well in that test match against South Africa in Sydney. So that's where it didn't go his way. Dot ball again. Khawaja sweeps this third delivery from Jadeja on his pads, straight out to the fielder at deep square leg for a single. And it's good that Australia are keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Running singles, that's good to see. Peter Hanscom batting in the baggy green cap. That's always a good sight. Sadly, you saw that back in the old days where you didn't have helmets. Baggy green, obviously, Matt Kuhneman got his baggy green presented today on debut. Left-arm spinner from Queensland by his teammates from Queensland. Marnus Labuschagne, that was quite a nice moment. Jadeja into Hanscom, who defends on the front foot for no run. The fielder at bat pad on the offside, try to follow that ball down the pitch and try and catch it, but couldn't get there in the end. But anyway, dot ball. Jadeja in to Hanscom. Backs away onto leg stump. Glides it through the offside for a boundary. He's hit a few boundaries now, Hanscom. Another boundary for Australia. This is good. Good to see this. Good intent. Look to score. Don't let Jadeja settle like he did in the last test, where he bowled really well. That one hit in front of square on the offside through the cover region. From Hanscom, just getting back over to leg stump to give himself room to access the offside, and that's good from Hanscom. Good footwork. That's why Australia have selected him, because of his ability to play against spin. Jadeja into Hanscom. This one defended solidly and comfortably on the front foot from Hanscom. Good over from Australia. 5 runs from it. The boundary from Hanscom, the single from Khawaja. It's 4 for 129 after 37 overs. Let's invest. You say, would an Indian or Ranchi Trophy team beat Australia on this pitch? Not sure about that. Let's invest. My knowledge on Ranchi Trophy cricket in India is scarce, but I don't know. Who do you think will beat them? Let me know in the comments. But thanks for your question. Thanks for your comment. Well, this session, 12 overs, Australia have scored 35 runs for the loss of Travis Head. I would say that's pretty good. Good to see Australia using their feet, being aggressive to the spinners. Patel in for another over to Khawaja, who defends back down the pitch. Straight back to Patel for no run. Stephen says, well, historically, our batting averages in India are halved, so everyone has a 20% improvement. Then that gets us to 300. Yep, that's true. Excuse me. And another run onto the total for Australia as Khawaja works this through the leg side for a single. Through the leg side, for a single. Moves on to 59. Australia scoring runs and ticking the scoreboard over. I think if they can touch close to 200 in this session, I think that will be a pretty good session for Australia, and it sets them up for a last session to try and get to that 300 mark. If they can get 300 Australia, they're in the game. And they're not out of it. Patel into Hanscom, who pushes this down the ground to long off, who's been set back on the rope, wide long off for an easy single. And Australia picking off runs, which is good to see. Jay says it's a shame that Hardik Pandya is not playing the test. Depends on his body, I think. But he's coming back from injury as Patel bowls to Khawaja, who defends for no run. Raj says a no. He also says, Raj, it's fine though. He's not really needed here. I would rather have him win us white ball tournaments than get injured in Test cricket. Patel into Khawaja, whips this through mid-wicket on the leg side for a single. Australia ticking the score over nicely. That's good to see. Stephen says, I had high hopes for Lord Pope. Thought he came onto the scene with promise, but seems to have struggled at first-class cricket since his debut. Yeah, he's sort of forgotten, Lord Pope. He comes from South Australia. That's my home state. Plays for South Australia and has struggled a little bit since he burst onto the scene. I think he took 7 wickets in that under-19 World Cup for Australia. People started to talk about him as this one's defended by Hanscom. Last ball of the over for no runs. The end of the over. Good over from Australia. 4 for 132, 3 runs off the over. But good to see Australia using their feet, getting to the pitch of the ball, picking the gap, scoring runs, ticking the score over. You can't let the score stagnate. You got to keep it moving. He's been a little bit forgotten, but he's still young. He's still got a lot of opportunities ahead of him if he can grab them. But he has been off the radar for a little bit now. Jadeja to continue. Into Khawaja, who plays the reverse sweep. Down to third man for a boundary. He's played that very well today, Usman Khawaja. It's another boundary. Good, aggressive batting and proactive batting. The partnership growing between Khawaja and Hanscom. Good to see that. Don't let them settle. And that's what Australia are doing here. Khawaja and Hanscom looking comfortable against the spin. And you wouldn't say that about Australia, given their struggles. But good start to the over. Jadeja in to Khawaja, who works it down to fine leg for a back-to-back boundary. 8 runs to start the over. It's good from Australia. It's good from Khawaja. The score moves on to 140 for 4. Down the leg side there from Jadeja, or pitched in line with the stumps, and Khawaja got inside the line, just powdered it. Just helped it on its way down to fine leg for an easy boundary. Good batting from Khawaja. Jadeja in. Khawaja defends on the back foot for no run. John says Smudge is averaging 60 in India, so maintaining his career average, just not today. Yeah, that happens. That happens. He just didn't quite, get used to the pitch. Obviously, he only faced 2 balls, and the one that Ashwin got him out with didn't turn. He played for turn, didn't turn, went on with the angle. So happens to the best players, I suppose, but he's a very good player, Steve Smith. Jadeja in again to Khawaja. This one down the leg side, and it will race away to the fine leg boundary for 4 byes. Well, this over's been expensive from Jadeja. 12 off it and a dot. 8 runs off the bat and 4 byes. That one turned and just kept going down the leg side, and Barant, the keeper, couldn't stop that. Conceded 4 byes. It's been a good over from Australia. Runs are starting to flow. Jadeja in, defends on the front foot. Khawaja to this delivery from Jadeja. And there's no run. Jay says we need him in England. I'm guessing that's about Pandya in that discussion. Jadeja into Khawaja. Defends on the front foot comfortably. Last ball of the over. It's the end of the over. It's 4 for 144. It's a good over from the Australians. Picking the runs over. Scoring runs on this pitch. It's not impossible. It's all about what you believe in the mind, the power of the mind. And if you can get the right mindset, look to be positive. This partnership already 36 or 46. That's a good partnership. A handy partnership for the 5th wicket between Khawaja and Hanscom. The highest partnership was Warner and Khawaja. That was 50 for the first wicket. And then Labuschagne and Khawaja got 41. Smith and Khawaja, that partnership got none. Travis Head and Khawaja, they added 17 before Travis Head played a wide delivery and hit it straight to Rahul in the slip cordon. Axar Patel to continue. Peter Hanscom batting with his baggy green. Spinners operating at both ends, and it's a good sight. Quite a rarity these days, seeing batters wearing a cap. Usually saw that in the old days when there were no helmets around. Jihan says, next test match is 12 days away. Stark and Green should be fit. Would they both come straight back in? You would think so. It depends on conditions. The next test is not in Dharamshala. It's in indoor. They moved the test match. So it depends what are the conditions that will dictate whether it will come back. This one defended on the back foot from Hanscom off Patel for no run. But Australia scoring runs. The run rate's good. It's 3 and over, 3.4, hovering about that run rate, which is good. Patel into Hanscom, uses the feet, gets down to the pitch, works it to wide mid-on for a quick single. Good from Hanscom and Khawaja, using their feet, looking to be positive. It's a better sign for Australia, unlike the first test in Nagpur. And Australia, there'll be a big cheer, that's for sure, if Australia go past the 177. Probably already a big cheer when they went past 91 in this innings. As Patel into Khawaja, defends solidly on the back foot for no run. Going back to your question there, Jihan, I would think most likely they will. I think Cameron Green definitely, because he does offer that balance to the Australian attack. Obviously, as Patel bowls to Khawaja, who works it through the leg side for a single. Good use of the feet again from Khawaja and Hanscom. Already 2 runs off the over without taking a risk. They've played it well. With Cameron Green, he was likely to play the second test. He hasn't, so you can see the balance of the Australian attack's a bit messed around a bit without him in the side. I think Australia would love to have Cameron Green back in the side to have that second option as a seamer. In this test match, they've gone in with Pat Cummins as the sole fast bowler, and they've played 3 spinners, so that doesn't really help. So they will need probably Cameron Green to come back to offer that balance to the side. Mitchell Starc, he's got pace. He can swing it in the air. He's definitely going to be a handful if the ball reverses a bit. So most likely they would like him to come back as well. I think Australia's best attack, I think it's the main attack, obviously. Obviously, Josh Hazlewood could be fit by then, as he's coming back from injury. That was the end of the over. It's 4 for 146. Good over from Australia. A couple of runs from that over. And it's been good. It's been good batting, simple, not thinking about too much, just playing the ball on its merit. Run rate 3.65. It's a good run rate. Jadeja to Khawaja again. Reverse sweep from Khawaja down to third man for a single. Moves on to 70. Usman Khawaja. So it'd be interesting. So anyone in the chat, what would you do? Would you bring back in Green and Starc? Well, obviously they've been a part of the Australian side for some time. They're in your best 11, that's for sure, but they're not playing because of injury. So that's a bit frustrating. Well, the overs are going by very quickly. The over rate's pretty good, as we saw in this test series thus far. Both teams playing spinners and 3 spinners in this test match for both sides. The over rate's going to be good, so no excuses for getting in the 90 overs in the day. As Jadeja bowls to Hanscom, who works it around the corner. Behind screw on the leg side, down to find leg for 1. And Australia tick another run off the scoreboard. Stephen says, remember the good old days when we were so good that we would slip a dossier under the opposition team's door with our bowling plans on how we plan to get them out. Jadeja into Khawaja, who just works this nicely through the offside for an easy single. And Australia nearly approaching the 150 mark. And it's been some good batting from the pair of Khawaja and Hanscom. A very productive partnership. And just what they needed after they lost the wicket of Travis Head early on in the session. Jadeja in again to Hanscom. This one defended by Hanscom onto the offside for a dot ball. Baraf says Aussie have learned the trick to fight fire with fire, as they say. Yes, that's right. That's the only way that Australia is going to have success with the bat is to be aggressive. Look to take the game on. And if you can do that, you're going to have success in these conditions. And we've seen that today, so I like that. Change of the mindset. It's good. Jadeja in to Hanscom. This one defended again by Hanscom to the offside for no run. John says, yes, at last, some footwork. John also says, if Hanscom scores well, they'll probably drop Head for Green. Let's Invest says, Green as a tall batter might struggle versus lower bounce. Jadeja in to Hanscom, who defends to the fielder at short cover for no run. It's the end of the over. 4 for 149. Run rate's good. 3 runs off that last over. Run rate is good for Australia. The current rate's 3.63. So they're definitely scoring at a good rate. That's not a bad run rate. That's quite respectable. And it's been good. When you have a positive mindset, you look to score, runs become a lot easier. As Patel's into Khawaja, works it behind square on the leg side, down to the fine leg boundary for 4, and it will be 4. The fielder can't come around and cut it off. It's another boundary for Usman Khawaja and for Australia. And Australia raised the bat for 150 on the board. It's been good in the second session from Australia. Khawaja gliding that nicely to fine leg for 4. Got a little bit on the leg stump there. Patel, Khawaja played that shot with ease. Partnership 45 off 59. It's been good. Patel in. Bowls a bit wider of the crease to Khawaja, but Khawaja defends solidly on the back foot for no run. Stephen says Green will be fine. He was great in the T20s against India. Yeah, he was. He burst onto the scene and did quite well. It's been a good session for Australia. 17 overs almost completed. They've scored 59 runs. It's been a very productive session, I would say. And it's been very good. Much better. This one defended again by Khawaja. Off Patel for another dot ball. Patel in, bowls a bit wider of the crease to Khawaja. Khawaja carves it through behind square on the offside for a couple of runs down to deep backward point for 2. Khawaja looking good. He's in his set. He's faced over 120-odd balls, I believe, or 110 plus balls. Looking comfortable. Mohammad Siraj did the fielding there. And 2 runs onto the total for Australia. Patel in to Khawaja, just works it off his hip onto the leg side to mid-wicket for no run. Jihan says Hanscom's defence looks solid. Yes, I would agree with that. He looks pretty comfortable. So is Usman Khawaja. That's good to see. Australia learning and applying themselves. Patel into Khawaja. Khawaja whips it off his pads again onto the leg side, but it's a dot ball to win the over. It's good over from Australia. A boundary from it. Umpire Michael Goff will signal drinks to come onto the field. It's 4 for 155. Drinks, Australia will be pretty happy with how this second session has gone thus far. Travis Head was the only wicket to go for 12. Caught by Rahul in the slip cordon. Bowled by Shami. Since then, Hanscom and Khawaja have built a nice partnership. And that's what Australia were lacking in the last test. And I mentioned that in the review that I did for the first test, was just lacking the partnerships, backing up partnerships. They were lacking those partnerships. And very important to back up partnerships. And that's the case now. Stephen says, Green being so tall means he's got the reach. Spinners that bowl to guys like him as long as he doesn't go into his shell. Now, I think we saw a little bit of that in Sri Lanka with Cameron Green. He looked pretty good in that first test. And as anyone would watch the test documentary when they did go to the Sri Lanka, you could see Cameron Green in tears in the dressing room. It shows that he cares and he wants to do well playing for Australia. And he's a young guy. I think, as they said in the test documentary, puts pressure on himself. And that's what young players tend to do. And in fact, everyone, you put pressure on yourself. You want to do well, but it's okay not to be perfect. And, it's good to see that in the test documentary, that after all, he is human and he does feel these emotions, Cameron Green. But he's a very talented player, a very handy player for Australia. And no doubt he will be a very fine all-rounder if he recovers from this finger injury, which is keeping him out of the side. But definitely he will be available, you would think, for that third test, and you would think Mitchell Starc as well. But anyway, that's the third test. Let's focus on the second test and talk about this here from the Fresher Kotla, which is in Delhi. And John says, this looks better, running the ones and twos, which is what Australia normally does well. Exactly right, John. I think they'll be happy with this session. They won't be happy about Travis Head losing the wicket, but the partnership between Khawaja and Hanscom has been impressive. They've used their feet. They've been aggressive to the spinners. They don't look phased. They're just playing the ball as they see it. They're not overthinking it. They're focusing on the present moment. They're not looking at the scoreboard. They're just ticking over the runs. It's been good. It's been good partnership batting. And that's been good. And we've seen India a little bit flustered. When you put pressure on these good bowlers, yes, they are good spin bowlers, but it's like any quality bowlers. They will always feel the pressure when batters are scoring runs. And when you do that, the field would change. They'll change the field. They'll change their plans, their lines and lengths, and scoring becomes easier. And they'll have less attacking fielders up close to the wicket. Everyone will be back on the rope defending runs. So it's been good from Australia. Very impressed. I think they get a tick in my book. They get a tick for that first hour of this session. It's important now to finish off the session well. Get to tea, and then get to the end of the day's play and cash in. That's usually what you would do in a test match. Last session, you would usually cash in as the bowlers tire a bit. But it's been good. It's been good partnership batting, and that's what we were crying out for in the last test at Nagpur. But it didn't happen because Australia's mindset was all over the place. They're worried about something that didn't happen. And the powerful thing about the mind is when you're in the right mindset, especially in cricket, it does affect your performance immensely. And that's what we've seen here. Jay says 300 looks on. Yeah, definitely. They're scoring at a good run rate. The run rate's 3.6, hovering at 3.6, 3.5, 3.4. That's pretty good. That's not bad. It's pretty good batting. And it's just simple batting. It's just doing the basics. And that's what Australia lacked in the first test. And they're doing it here in the second test. And it's good to see that. Stephen says, so we've learned to use the feet. Don't just plonk on the front foot, I should say. In some generic spot, playing spin and get LBW. Throw in the odd reverse sweep, push point back, milk the singles, rule out the LBW. That's 100% correct. And as soon as you're looking to score runs, the bowlers will be under pressure. They'll change the field. They'll push fielders back. They'll probably push point back. They'll probably push another fielder back on the rope. So that's what good partnership batting and scoring runs in a positive manner does. And that's what we've seen from Australia in this second session, and it's been good. You need to keep it up and do it for long periods of time. This delivery, first ball after drinks, went past the outside edge of Hanscom from Ashwin, who's back into the attack for a dot ball. Ashwin bowling right arm around the wicket to the right-hander. And Hanscom, this one defended by Hanscom for no run. Looks comfortable. And him and Khawaja are doing a good job. Let's invest, says Serious Liar. Obviously, Sirius Iyer, as Gabe called him once, a Serious Liar. But Shreyas Iyer is back in the team from injuries. So Suryakumar Yadav got left out. Yeah, well, it's a bit hard on someone playing their first test match and they get left out in the second test, but that's what they've done, and he comes back in and resumes his spot, which I suppose that happens in cricket, But he was he got out for 8 in his first test, so he would like another opportunity, but I'm pretty sure he'll get some opportunities in the future, Sky. That one defended again by Hanscom on the front foot for no run off Ashwin. Ashwin in again. This one worked nicely through the leg side from Hanscom to the fielder out there in the deep on the leg side for a single. Good partnership batting, just rotating the strike, picking up the ones and twos when you can, picking the gaps. Stephen says, let's hope our bowlers have a plan to bowl out the tail. Yes, that is the key for Australia. They have to get rid of India's tail enders out early. They have to try and get them out for not many runs. That's what cost them in the last test match. But it could be different this time around in this test. Ashwin in to Khawaja, who defends nicely on the front foot to end the over. End the over. It's a dot ball. It's 4 for 156 after 43 overs. Joining us, everyone, and exciting test cricket ahead. Hello, Steve. Hope you're well. You say I can't stay for long as I've been watching New Zealand, England all night. Understandable, Steve. You must be quite happy with England's progress. It's a tight test match over there at Magnanui, which is in New Zealand, and a day-night test, in fact, and a very good game developing there. So thank you for dropping in, Steve. Thanks for your comment. And you must be very excited with England potentially winning another test match under Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum. Bazball taking off. Partnership 48 between Hanscom and Khawaja. As Jadeja continues. Good to see some Australian supporters in the crowd. There's some tour groups and some people wearing the green and gold. Jadeja in to to Hanscom, This one defended on the front foot. There's no run. Jadeja in to Hanscom, backs away onto the leg side to carve this ball through covers for 4. Another boundary for Hanscom and Australia. This is more like it. Good intent. I really liked how Australia have gone about it in this session. Take it on. Put them under pressure. Just because he's Ravinder Jadeja doesn't mean he's susceptible to being under pressure as a bowler. And bowlers don't like it when runs are being leaked. They want to keep the pressure on and they get a little bit flustered. And that's what Ashwin and Jadeja are feeling at the moment. They're changing the fields and Australia are batting well. 50 partnership as well for the 5th wicket between Hanscom and Khawaja. It's been a good partnership. Go on with it. Make it a big one, as they say. As Graham Gooch used to say, former England opening batsman, make it a daddy 100. In this case, make it a daddy 100 partnership. That's the key, bat for long periods of time. Run rate's good, 3.68. Jadeja into Hanscom. This one's short, and Hanscom glides his ball behind square on the offside for a dot ball. Raj says, Khawaja has really impressed me. He looks good. To get the big one, needs good support from others. Yes, he's getting good support from Hanscom there, Raj. John says Australia lost 10 wickets to LBW in the first test. Yes, we did. Referring to Stephen's previous point, this one pushed to the offside by Hanscom for a quick single. So Stephen is spot on. Yep, 100%. Yep, absolutely. Jihan says Hanscom is playing with the bat in front of the pad. If you play with the bat and pad together, it can hit your pad or pop up catches. Yep, that's exactly right there, Jihan. And he's doing it well, Hanscom. Jadeja in. Last ball of the over and defended onto the leg side from Khawaja. It's the end of the over, 4 for 161. For 161, it's, you would say, looking pretty good for Australia at the moment. We'll get to everyone's comments here. Stephen says, do you think we need an extra quick to bowl out the tail? Airspeed matters even in the subcontinent against the tail. I would agree with that, Stephen. I think in the last test we missed that a little bit. Obviously, Pat Cummins can bowl with pace, of course, but you need someone like a Mitchell Starc, a left armour. You can bowl that pace and get the ball to swing both ways. So Australia definitely missed him in this test. He'll definitely come back for the third test, and Australia will be glad if he does. Does provide that other option as Ashwin into Hanscom. This one down the leg side, Hanscom tried to work it around the corner, but he missed it. Good take by Bharat, the keeper, for no run. So, yeah, definitely airspeed. I was quite surprised that Australia didn't consider Lance Morris for this test, seeing that he's in the squad. He's got speed, he's got pace, but you definitely need that in the subcontinent. That's for sure. And especially bowling to the tail. You know, if you've got a bowler who can bowl good pace to tail enders, then it's definitely a valuable asset to have. But anyway, Australia have gone with the spin approach to win, and that wouldn't be a bad thing, judging by what we've seen in the first two test matches thus far, that it's probably spin to win, as Ashwin into Hanscom, who defends on the offside for another dot ball. But at the end of the day, it's up to the selectors. Can't really control what they think, so it's up to them to see which 11 they put out on the park. Gian says the other batsman should watch how he's defending. Yeah, can definitely learn from him. Ashwin in to Hanscom. This one defended again on the front foot, and there's no run. Peter Hanscom, nearly approaching 1,000 runs in Test cricket. He's been around for a while. He's been in and out of the side. He uses his feet to negate this delivery from Ashwin. Defends it nicely. Good use of the feet again from Hanscom. Dot ball. But Peter Hanscom burst on the scene. I remember the Test match he debuted in Adelaide against South Africa, along with Nick Mattinson and Matt Renshaw in 2016-17, where Australia had to rebuild after that disastrous test at Bellerive, where they got bowled out for nothing against South Africa. Hanscom nicely works this onto the leg side for a single to end the over. Good batting from Australia again, just the one from the over, though. It's the end of the over for 162. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Make sure you like the stream, share as well, subscribe, click the bell, do all those good things. Really does help. Steve Webster says, I'm not sure if this headline is serious or not. On Crick Info, it says Head recalled for his bowling ability. I haven't seen that headline myself, Steve, so I'll have to look at that. But, well, he's back in the side for the second test, and he looked okay with the bat, but unfortunately played a rash shot. But Travis Head, he'll definitely want to prove a point about his record in the subcontinent. It's not the greatest, but at the end of the day, if he's going to get better, you've got to play him in the conditions. But, yeah, he's improved his off-spin. You know, he bowls off-spin for South Australia and Sheffield Shield cricket. And he's taken a few wickets. And obviously during this summer that's gone in Australia, in South Africa and the West Indies, he picked up a few wickets. So he's quite a handy off-spinner. Australia have got other options when it comes to the spin department for this test. They've got three spinners, Murphy and Lyon off-spin, Travis Head off-spin, leg spin for Labuschagne and Smith, and then you've got the left-arm spinner of Kuhnemann. So there's definitely plenty of options for Australia to go to in this test match, as that's the bowling attack they've chosen. 2 balls of this over from Jadeja are being dot balls, but this third ball has been worked onto the offside for a single. Score ticks over for Australia. It's been good batting in this second session of play. Stephen says, don't remember too many bounces against the Indian tail. No, we didn't bowl too many bounces. Obviously, you're sort of relying on Pat Cummins to bowl the bounces, really. Scott Boland, I don't think, has the pace to do that. Another good shot from Khawaja of Jadeja. And he plays the reverse sweep, gets it down to the third man boundary for another boundary for Usman Khawaja. He's in the 80s. Good reverse sweep, got it past Slip. Slip anticipated where that ball was going to go as Khawaja was looking to play the reverse sweep, but Khawaja got it past him down to third man for another boundary. It's been good batting from him. Sweep again, this time in front of square. And he's out, he's gone. What a catch. He played The sweep again, Kawaja, but he hit it straight to the fielder at square. He hit it straight to the fielder at point. What a catch. I thought that got past him. What a catch that is. I believe it's Patel. He's got to go, Kawaja. He was batting so well. He's given away the wicket there. He played the reverse sweep again. He played it in just on square. It was high in the air, one-handed catch. I believe, I'm not sure who it was. I think it was KL Rahul who took that catch. It was KL Rahul who took that catch to his right. One-handed grab. You got to say that's a good catch. Nothing you can do there. If Kawaja got enough on that, he could have got it past him, but KL Rahul did well to get it past him. Well, try and get a hand to that and catch it in the end with one hand. Well, Usman Khawaja batted really well. Unfortunately, he's got to go. Good partnership with Hanscom, but a good deserved innings from Khawaja of 81. Alex Carey comes to the middle. He'll be proactive. And you would say that's a lucky wicket for India because that was a tough chance from, well, in terms of that catch, really had to dive to stretch his hand out at point to try and catch that ball there, KL Rahul. But he got there in the end. Geez, I thought Khawaja got that past him, but that's 250 test wickets for Jadeja as well. And Usman Khawaja, well, you just got to shake your head and say, well caught. Nothing you can really do there. They either stick or they don't, those catches. And it's stuck for Rahul. And unfortunately for Khawaja, he batted really well. Good partnership with Peter Hanscom. But Australia have lost their second wicket of the session, fifth in the innings. Half the side is out. Alex Carey arrives to the middle. Australia, if they can get past 300, then they're in this test match. If they can get anything 300 plus, that'll be pretty good. Alex Carey, we know what he's going to do. He's going to sweep, reverse sweep, paddle. He's going to play every sweep in the book. It's in the coaching manual. But KL Rahul, what a catch that was. Probably the catch of the series. Usman Khawaja just nodded his head. He just shook his head and said, oh, well, they either stick or they don't, those. And anyway. Jadeja into Carey, who defends his first ball down the pitch to end the over. End of the over, 5 for 167. And Australia lose their fifth wicket. But what a catch from, you have to say, KL Rahul. And that's also 250 test wickets for Ravindra Jadeja as well. Well, Australia didn't need to lose that wicket. Khawaja was batting so well, but a very good catch from KL Rahul. And you have to say, at the end of the day, as a batter, you just have to say, well caught. Nothing I can do with that catch there. Very good catch. And Australia lose their fifth. But it's been a little bit better from the Australians in the second session. Even though they've lost 2 wickets, I would say Australia will be pleased with the progress that they've made in this second session. As Ashwin into Hanscom defends out to the offside for no run. Absolutely, John. I was about to say that. Marvellous effort, that. It was a really super stuff from KL Rahul. Very good catch. This one worked down the ground. It's a long on from Hanscom for another single. He's batted well with ease, really. Khawaja just playing that sweep shot in front of point. And he thought he got it enough past to get it past KL Rahul for a boundary. But KL Rahul just leapt in the air and stuck out the right hand. And he said, I'm going to catch this. And he did. And you can see the disappointment. Usman Khawaja, his head into his arms, leaning on his bat. He said, how on earth did I pick him out? I hit that so well. And how did I find the fielder? Oh, well, that happens. Happens to the best of us. Defended again by Carey for a dot ball. But he batted well for 81, Usman Khawaja, and he should be proud of that effort, and that will give him some confidence heading into the second innings, but for the remainder of the series, as Ashwin's into Carey, who defends. There's no run. Let's get through to the questions and the comments. John, you said there's an Aussie supporter that organises tour groups. Can't remember his name, but he's been to every Aussie match since the 90s, I wager. Well, he has. He's been around for a while, and I know who you're talking about. And Jihan says Luke Sparrow, yes. Supports the team all around the world. Good commitment. It shows his passion and commitment to supporting the team, of course. I would say Australia will be quite pleased with this session, even though they lost 2 wickets, but 74 runs in 22 overs is not bad. That's a pretty productive session, I would say. Be disappointed with the 2 wickets, though, but it should have been really 1 wicket. Really? Or is it 3 wickets in the session? It's 3 wickets in the session. As soon as I said that, Alex Carey gets out, and it's the end of the over, and Australia lose their 6. They're 6 for 168. Carey is gone. Maybe I should have kept my mouth closed, but probably the commentator's curse. That one catching high on the edge of the bat, the shoulder of the bat. Virat Kohli caught that comfortably. He dropped a few in the last test match. India have taken 3 wickets in the session. Ashwin gets another. This time it's Carey gone for a duck. Australia are 6 for 168 at the end of the 47th over. Well, as soon as I said it was a very good session for Australia, they lost another wicket. Yeah, the commentator's curse. Anyway, Pat Cummins, the Australian captain, arrives to the middle. He needs to really improve his batting. He's been a little bit off, but he's capable, Pat Cummins. But if Australia can just get over 200, they're almost certainly at 170. They're a couple of runs away from that. Number 1 will be to get over 170. 7, I should say. If they can get over 177, well, that's a positive. Less Invest says Head might take some wickets with his big spinning off spinners. Jay says Hanscom has the most solid defense. Even the Indian commentators are saying that against the spin. John says, I haven't seen Kuhnemann play. Is he a big turner? I don't know, really. I've seen bits and pieces of him in Shield cricket, and he played for Australia last year in the ODI series in Sri Lanka. So it'll be interesting to see how he will go with the ball, but hopefully he can get some wickets. That's why he's selected. Steve says Head averages over 60 with the ball in first-class cricket. You play your best 11, so Head gets in because he averages 45 with the bat. If you need a spinner, then you play your best spinner. Yeah, that's true. He's certainly improved a little bit. We've seen that improvement from Head with the ball, but he does add that other option. But mainly, his main role on the side is a batter, and he can bowl some part-time overs. This one defended comfortably from Hanscom for no one. Now, Peter Hanscom, a similar position as he was in the first test match, batting with the tail. And I think for Peter Hanscom, he needs to take more responsibility here. He's the senior batter. He's the most comfortable at the moment. He's faced over 54 balls. He's got to take the strike. And, you can't really rely much on the Australian tailenders, as we saw on the first test. You're the senior batter, take the responsibility. And Pat Cummins would do his end of the bargain, hopefully just to survive and get some runs if he can. But for Peter Hanscom, he's batting with the tail, so take responsibility. If Australia want to get up to 250 or anything like that, 250 plus, Peter Hanscom holds the key. And for Pat Cummins, he really needs to support him here. Now, this is the thing. When Australia lose a wicket, you lose a couple of wickets, then you lose another one. That's what happens. And Australia can't keep doing that. They can't keep losing wickets in clumps because that's not always the best way to go about things in India. When you lose wickets in clumps, it interrupts the momentum. And they were batting so well in the second session. Then they lost a couple of wickets. Look what happens. You lose 2, you lose 1, it can lead to 2, and it can lead to 3. As Peter Handscomb works it on to the leg side for a single off Jadeja. So Australia, get up to 200, get to 250. That's something. Let's be realistic here and say that Australia do have limitations, and they're not going to get 400 scores. We can pretty much cross that off the list. I don't think Australia will score 400 in this entire series. But if they can score 250, 300, it will give them a chance of being in this test match and a chance of winning if they bowl really well. Now, Pat Cummins, he's been under pressure. A lot of people have talked about him. I think a little bit over the top. A little bit overreacting from the last test, calling him to be sacked or resigned. I think that's just a little bit over the top. He defends this first ball. And we can often get like that sometimes, just overreacting for nothing. And this next delivery from Jadeja, Cummins gets in a little bit of a tangle, but in the end, it's a dot ball. Jadeja into Cummins, defends nicely to mid-on for a dot ball to end the over. It's the end of the over. Only a single from it. It's 6 for 169 after 48 overs. Well, at least Australia, you would think, will get past 177. So that's a positive. If they can get to 200, that's another positive. If they can get to 250, that's a positive. Anything 250 towards 300, positive. So you just got to keep ticking these milestones off and just playing each ball on its merit. Not give up. Keep grinding it out, and we've seen that. We've seen some improvement. It's small steps, but at least it's a sign that Australia are starting to work out some methods and some ways of dealing with the spin, and that's what you need to do. You need to sort of adapt on the go, and they're doing that. So at the end of the day, they're only human. They're trying their best. They're giving it their all. But when you play in these foreign conditions that are quite foreign, it's very difficult to adjust, and all teams struggle when they go to India. So it's not something new that Australia's struggling like this. We've seen many teams struggle and come to India. That's why it's such a hard place to win. That first ball from Handscomb was defended onto the leg side for a dot ball. This one from Ashwin, second ball of the over, pushed it nicely through the offside. Peter Handscomb for a couple of runs, and Australia tick over 171. Can they go past 177? I think, if they do that, that's a positive. Stephen says that's the 300 gone. Let's get to 250. Jihan says, damn, lucky wicket. It was a very good catch. They either stick or they don't, those, and couldn't believe it, Kawaja. John says, cracking catch that was. It was. And defended by Handscomb onto the leg side. Let's Invest says, damn. Yeah, I think every Australian supporter said that. Damn. Not the wicket that we needed. And it led to another wicket after that of Carey. So that's what happens. Anyway, Australia just got to grind it out, get to 200 plus, get to 250. If they can do that, I think they'll take that. And then with the ball, let's see what they can do. As Ashwin in to Handscomb, who defends comfortably again onto the leg side for no run. He's looked eased he looks pretty comfortable at the crease, Peter Handscomb. He's 31. He holds the key for Australia if they are going to get a score of 250 plus. And you would say they'll take that. At the end of the day, if you asked Australia, we'll give you 250 runs. We'll take that after what happened in Nagpur when you got bowled out for 177 and 91. We'll take that straight away. We'll sign on the dotted line. Where's the dotted line? Where's the pin? We'll sign on it. And that one's a dot ball. Defended again by Handscomb. Jihan said about Alex Carey how many reverse sweeps he will play. Well, we won't get to know that because he's already dismissed. But he's going to play his reverse sweeps and sweeps. So that's his game plan. That's his method, Carey. So I wouldn't change that. What's your method? How to deal with these Spinners, go with it. This one defended on the back foot from Hanscom to end the over. It's 6 for 171. Australia fighting yet again. And 250 test wickets for Jadeja. And he's been around for a while. Certainly up there in the leading wicket takers list for India in test cricket. Stephen says about Jadeja, I'm surprised Jadeja only got 250 wickets. Seems to be been around for ages. Yeah, he has. He's been around for a long time. John says, haven't got over 177 yet. Not popping the champagne corks yet. Jay says, I forgive KL Rahul now. Jihan says the tail will probably collapse. Well, let's hope the tail can stick around. The runs are going to be important here. If the Australian tailenders can stay with Hanscom and support him, these runs will be crucial for Australia. So let's see what happens. John says 200 seems a long way away now. India, Jihan says, got to 400 from this position. Remember, this one defended from Cummins for a dot ball. Yes, they did in the last test. They did. The tailenders are much stronger. And I wouldn't say they're tailenders. I would say they're bowling all-rounders who can bat very well. But their main job in the side is to bowl, and that's their main job. And if they get some runs, it's a bonus. Pat Cummins off the mark. Gets a single, rotates the strike, gives it over to Hanscom. Let's Invest says, I don't think Cummins can survive with his eyes closed. So eyes closed and swing. Yeah, but I don't think do that. I don't think be reckless. I think what he's done there, just rotate the strike, get a single, get Hanscom on strike. I think just do the right thing, and that's what Cummins needs to do. And then if the ball's in your area, then go for it and attack. That one defended by Hanscom, and there's no run. 2 balls left of the over. John says, I fear Hanscom will bat for a not out while the tail collapses. Well, he's in a similar position as he was in the first test, Peter Hanscom. But he's got to take more responsibility and take more strike. And obviously, work with Pat Cummins and say, right, which bowlers do you feel comfortable with? Okay, we'll work with that, but I can't do all the scoring, so you got to support me as well. I can't just do it all myself, so you just got to, tough it out and try and get a single, get me back on strike. And this one defended again to end the over from Hanscom. It's a dot ball to finish. It's the end of the over. 50 overs are up. Australia 6 for 172 after 50. Just trying to remember how many overs Australia batted in the first innings of the first test. Pretty sure it wasn't 50 overs, but at least that's a positive. They batted for 50 overs. That's good. But again, the partnerships for Australia. Warner and Khawaja was set 50 for that first wicket partnership. Labuschagne and Khawaja 41. 17 between Head and Khawaja. 59 between Hanscom and Khawaja. The partnerships are something that Australia need to get better at. And that's what India did well in the first test. When they lost a wicket, they built a partnership. You can't be doing that. You can't be getting out when you've already established a partnership of 50 plus, or it's a good start to the partnership. You can't really get out and start all over again from square one. That's been the problem for Australia in this series thus far. We've seen today partnerships, but they haven't gone on with them. They got out at the wrong time. They need to back up those partnerships. Ashwin in to Cummins, who defends this delivery, hits it straight back down the pitch to Ashwin for no run. Pat Cummins, what can he do? The skipper, he knows the team's under pressure. What can he do with the bat? Ashwin in. Cummins gives it a big swing, a heave-ho over deep mid-wicket for 6. That's more like it, Paddy. Take him on, and Australia go past the 177 mark. And a cheer from the Australian supporters as well, because they know Australia have gone past that 177. This one was outside off stump by Ashwin, and Pat Cummins hit this nicely over to the leg side, over the rope for 6. That's more like it, Pat. Be aggressive, play your shots. If you see the ball in your area, go for it, and he did. I like that. Australia, they'll be hoping to get these runs, get up to 250 plus. Get to that target. Here we go. Ashwin into Cummins, gets an outside edge. This runs away behind squaring the offside, and they'll run through for a quick single. The stumps have been knocked out of the ground, but he was safe. Peter Hanscom, he survives. That's good batting. Hit the 6, run the single. Gihan says Renshaw in for Warner next match. Well, if they dropped... Well, they dropped Renshaw for this second test, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Well, there is pressure on Warner's spot, but look, it's up to the selectors, really. Look, we can't control what the selectors do or select or whoever, so it's up to them, really. This one defended. Well, this one beats Hanscom past his outside edge. Good take from Bharat, the keeper. And India don't decide to review it. Don't want to review it. And rightly so, he didn't hit. Raj says, I lost my internet, came back to see they've lost 2 wickets in succession. I missed the wickets. Raj says, got some stats from Quick Buzz. Pujara's played the second lowest ODIs, 5 among players who have played 100 tests. Langer is third with 8. Yes, Justin Langer didn't play much ODIs for Australia. Ashwin in, Hanscom uses his feet, gets to the pitch of the ball down the pitch, and this one is defended for no run. Thank you for that, Raj. Raj says Colin Cowdrey. He was a batsman for England, of course. Played in the 60s, 50s, 60s for England. A very handy player. Came out to Australia as a replacement during the 1974-5 Ashes in Perth in that famous encounter with Jeff Thompson. He put out his hand and he said, hello, my name is Cowdrey. And Jeff Thompson said something else. He was around about 40 at that stage when he came out there. But England were desperate because they were running out of players, injured players in that 74-5 Ashes series, which Australia won at home. Raj says, Colin Cowdrey with 1, but his era was mostly of tests. Yes, it was. And it's understandable that those players of that era, played only 1 ODI. Because mainly they were test players only. It's not a bad session from Australia. They lost 3 wickets. They would have liked to lost a lot less than 3, but 86 runs is not bad. So the run rate's been good. It's just losing wickets at the wrong time where they shouldn't have lost wickets. But you would see from that, I would see that as a little bit of a sign of improvement, that we're starting to be a bit more positive. That's good. As Jadeja in to Hanscom, beats him past his outside edge. Good take from Bharat behind the stumps, and there's no run. John says, I think it was 60 overs in the first test. Thank you for that, John. Yeah, so Australia nearly approaching 60 overs. So at least they're batting a lot of overs. May not be over 100, but if they can do that, that's a positive. If they can bat over 100 overs, I think that's a positive. Tick that off the list. So small gains, small signs of improvement. That one defended again by Hanscom from Jadeja. And there's no run. Dr. Jihan says, Stuart Broad is batting at number 4 today. Must be night watchman. Well, he must be if he's batting that high. Jay says, why I think he improved his scoring rate. Oh, that's something else. This one defended again by Hanscom. Jihan said 6. That shot by Pat Cummins was pretty good. Stephen says, Paddy, pretty happy about the 6. Raj says he's having a bit of problems with his stream. This one defended. Well, in the end, Hanscom works it onto the offside for a quick single. That's good batting. Get down the other end. Make sure you keep the strike for the next server. Raj says, is Hotstar down? I can't seem to get live stream of the game or any browser. Not sure about that, Raj. I can't help you there. I've got a different streaming service. I hope the problem is rectified quickly. Pat Cummins facing this delivery from Jadeja. He's in Jadeja. Cummins defends. And there's no run. Let's Invest says Joe Burns for Warner next match. I don't think that'll be happening. I think Joe Burns, his test playing days are over. And a single to finish the over from Cummins there. It's going to be over 6 for 182 for Australia. 2 runs coming off the over. So it's not a bad over from Australia. At least they got a couple of runs from it. Every run counts in this situation, as they say. If Australia can just bat for as long as they can and get to 250 plus, not ideal, but I think we've got to be realistic about Australia's limitations, their strengths. They're probably not going to be a team that's going to score 400 in these conditions. So if they score 250 in between that range to 300, I think they'll take that and they'll be happy with that. But as they say, a low-scoring test match is often the best test match to watch. You don't want a high-scoring affair. You want it to be interesting and exciting. So Ashwin continuing again to Cummins. This one defended again by Cummins. And he defends back down the pitch for a dot ball. As Steve says, thoughts on Australia picking a spinner that wasn't in the squad jumped the pecking order ahead of Agar, isn't a first choice for Queensland and has the grand total of 3 wickets in the last 3 months. Ashwin to Cummins. This one dispatched over the rope again from Pat Cummins. Over the square leg boundary for 6. That's his second 6, Pat Cummins. He hit one off Jadeja previously, and he's hit one off Ashwin. Good shot from Pat Cummins. He's looking to be aggressive, the captain, and I think that's the right way for Australia to go. For Australia, being positive. Peter Hanscom applauded that. Just tapping his hand with his bat, saying, well played, good shot. I like that. Partnership 20, good partnership of 32 balls. This is what Australia have struggled, is building partnerships after wickets have fallen. We've seen that in the first test. We've seen that a bit in the second test and the first 2 sessions. But even though they've lost 3 wickets in the session, that's not ideal. But what I've seen is that Australia have definitely changed their mindset, and that's good to see. Small improvements, small stepping stones to what you want to achieve, and the power of the mind is a wonderful game, especially in cricket. Ashwin in to Cummins. This one traps him on the pads. There's an appeal for LBW. The umpire says not out. India discussing a review, but I think Rohit Sharma saying it's probably going down. Well, he's gone upstairs, so it could be a wasted review. And that's the thing when teams go for the DRS. Think about it closely. Why did the umpire give it not out or out? So you've got to be in the mind of an umpire there, and that's what players need to work on when they're working with DRS. Something that Simon Towfall talked about when I heard him speak about that. And he actually offered his services to Cricket Australia to educate the players on their DRS process. That one turned back in, but big inside edge. Yeah, big inside edge there from Pat Cummins. Good decision by umpire Nidon Menton. Going back to your question, Steve. They've done that because they think, well, we might as well give Kuhnemann a go. He's played for Australia before in one-day cricket last year in Sri Lanka, so he's already got a bit of a taste for international cricket. He did okay in that one-day series in conditions that turned a bit in Sri Lanka in that one-day series. But yeah, there's no other spinners that are really knocking the door down. You got to remember, Todd Murphy was the number one spinner in Australia before he was selected for this tour. He was the only spinner that was really knocking the door down. No other spinners underneath him were really knocking the door down. So obviously Mitchell Swepson's gone home, obviously for family reasons, and that's for the birth of his child. The reason they didn't pick Ashton Agar because he's not given the selectors confidence. His record is not good, and this one defended nicely by Cummins to end the over. Good, solid front foot defense from Pat Cummins after that 6. End of the over, 6 for 188. Good to see Australia really grinding out the runs, being aggressive, looking to score runs. That's good to see. That's why they've gone with Kuhnemann, because they think, well, we need another left-arm spinner. We don't really trust Ashton Agar because what happened in the test in Sydney against South Africa, even though it was affected by rain and Australia played 2 spinners, he didn't really perform well. He was inconsistent. And in India, you need a spinner who's got to be consistent and tie down pressure at one end. So the selectors have gone with that. That's their reasoning. They've got their reasons for doing that. But at the end of the day, you just got to pick players that you have a bit of a gut feel for and say, right, okay, we'll give him a go. He may do well. Like Todd Murphy in the last test, everyone knew that he was a good bowler, and he showed that in the last test, taking 7 wickets. So it's all about taking a risk as a selector and go on a gut instinct. It's like playing the game. Go on a gut instinct. What does your gut tell you? And you got to go with that. So they've done that. So, happy for Kuhnemann. I hope he does well. And Australia will be hoping that he can do a Todd Murphy and get 7 wickets or something like that. Because Australia will need their spinners to bowl really well in the first innings here. Whichever score they will get in the first innings, if they can get 250 to 300, they'll take that. Australia, after winning the toss, because I think this pitch will get more difficult to score on as we progress throughout this test match. It's got the signs of that. Stephen says, if I was a gambling selector, which they are, then would have thought about Henry Hunt for this tour. Yes, Henry Hunt's done okay, opening the batting for South Australia. He's a promising player. He's done pretty well. But I think the reasoning behind not selecting him, I think, let him play the Sheffield Shield, get better, look to improve and score runs for South Australia in the Sheffield Shield. So I think that's the reason why they didn't select him. But he could be a candidate for future Australian test tours, that's for sure. Yeah, John says it's a shocking session for Australia thus far. Not ideal losing 3 wickets, but the way I look at it is Australia have scored 80-odd runs or something in the session. Even though they lost 3 wickets, I think it's good that they're being a bit more positive and scoring runs when they can. Not ideal when they lose wickets. We expect that. They are going to lose wickets. They are going to have mini collapses. But if they can keep the scoreboard up, keep ticking it over, that's a good sign for Australia to really try and get them to a score that is going to keep them in this test match. If they can get to 250, they're not far away from 200. So if they can get that off, knock that off, tick that off the list, and then you should be thinking about small goals and trying to get to 210, 220, 230, and so on. And before you know it, you're up to 250 or 300. So, yeah, they scored 95 runs in the session. That's not a bad session. They would have liked to have been 1 wicket down, maybe 2, not 3. Not ideal, but anyway, that's the way it goes. But what I've seen is good intent and scoring some runs. That's a sign. That's a sign of slight improvement. As Mohammad Siraj is back into the attack. This one defended onto the leg side from Pat Cummins for no run. So Australia will be loving that Mohammad Siraj is back and that the seamers are back on, and hopefully they can score some runs and capitalise on this. You got to take your opportunities when they come, especially when the spinners are off, the quicks are on. Make sure you cash in and get some runs off them because you know it's going to be difficult against the spinners. That one from Siraj, this delivery, this one's outside of stump, well left by Cummins. Leaves it alone for no run. Dr. Gian says, what did you think of all the JL cheerleaders after the first test loss? I think every match Australia lose for the next 20 years will be blamed on the sacking of JL. Yeah, what I'll say about that is, Jihad, I think it's time that we, probably move on from the whole JL thing. I'm kind of sick of it, hearing it all the time. Look, even if Justin Langer was there for the first test match at Nagpur, it wouldn't have made any difference if Justin Langer was coach of Australia in that first test. Australia still would have been bowled out for what they got bowled out for. It wouldn't have made any difference. At the end of the day, it's not the coach's job. The coach will not make any difference to how the players play on the field. This is the thing with cricket when the coach is involved. It's not up to the coach. It's up to the players. The 11 players that go onto the field are the players who have to work it out for themselves, and they're playing the game. The coach is not there next to you, beside you, showing you how to do it on this surface. So I think, we should really, the whole situation with JL, yes, that wasn't great. That should have been handled a lot better by Cricket Australia. I understand why people got frustrated at that. That's fair enough. But look, really, at the end of the day, he's not there. He's not coming back. It doesn't matter which coach you have. It's up to the players to perform on the field. And I don't think it would have made any difference if JL was there or not at Nagpur. It would have been the same outcome. And I think many people would expect that as well. So, yeah, that's what people say and think and want to put all their attention and effort into trying to make that point. But look, at the end of the day, I think we should really move on. And, look, he was at the end of his coaching term anyway. I think for a coach, 4 years is enough. And it's time to get someone else, because you don't want to coach for the sake of it and be there too long, because you probably outstage your welcome. Sorry, that was the end of the over, and that was 6 for 189. But that's just how I see that situation. So I think we should just move on from the whole thing. A single first ball off Ashwin's new over. Steve says Cummins is making a statement. That was referring to that 6 that he hit. Ashwin to Cummins. This one defended on the back foot and there's no run. Raj says, it is down. The streaming service is down. Have to listen through the commentary. It's all down in India, apparently. Oh, that's not good. This one defended again by Cummins for no run. Raj says people online are outraged as they can't watch India and Australia, says a news article. Ashwin into Cummins. Cummins tried to go for the big slog sweep. He misses it, wraps him on the body of the ball. I think it hit him on the midriff, on the chest. Let's have a look. No, hit him right on the stomach. And tried to go for the big slog sweep. Unfortunately, didn't quite connect. But anyway, dot ball. Australia 10 runs away from 200. I'll be hoping to tick that off the list. Ashwin into Cummins. This one beats him past the outside edge. Went on with the angle there. That one didn't turn from Ashwin. He's bowling right arm around the wicket, angling the ball across. The right-hander hoping to spin one back in and hoping to push one across. And that one just beating Pat Cummins past his outside edge. Ashwin in. Cummins works it around to the leg side, looking for a quick single, but Peter Hanscom says no, and it's the right call. It's the end of the over. It's 6 for 190. 55 overs have been bowled off this Australian first innings. Pat Cummins just playing that ball right in front of him. It was a bit uppish in the air, but well wide of the fielder at short leg. John says that was that review was ridiculous. Obviously, when India reviewed that LBW from Pat Cummins, it was an inside edge. He hit it. Yeah. That's the thing with DRS and for teams. It's you've got to put yourself in the mind of the umpire, and you got to think to yourself, why did the umpire give that not out or out? And you've got to be logical about it. Got to go through that decision-making process. Siraj in to Hanscom. This one down the leg side. And Hanscom works it around the corner to find leg for a single. Australia 3 runs away from 100 runs in the session. And they're 6 for 191. So they're closing in on that 200 mark. They would like to get that ticked off before tea. And then probably have a discussion at the tea break and say, right, okay, which sort of total that we think is going to win us this match. I think for Australia, anything 250, 300 in that range, I think they'll take that. And then it's about putting pressure on India with the ball. And if they can do that, then we're in for an exciting test match, that's for sure. Siraj in again to Cummins, right arm over the wicket to the right-hander in Cummins. This one short. Cummins glides this to the fielder at point. And there's no run. Jihan says, can we get to 250, then spin India out like in Pune in 2017? Well, that would be the plan. If Australia can get that, 250 plus, bowl well, definitely, I think, India will be tested as well. It's not going to be easy for them. Whatever happened in the last test match doesn't really count for this test match. You start on 0 again and reset. That one down the leg side from Siraj to Cummins, and Cummins works it down to the fine leg boundary for a much-needed boundary 4 for Australia. He's bowled well today behind Siraj. That one just a little bit on the pads down the leg side. Cummins just worked it inside the line of the ball, glided it nicely down to fine leg. The fielder had to come around. He was fielding quite wide and unfortunately couldn't cut off the boundary, so 4 runs to the Australian total. Siraj in to Cummins. This one, Cummins works through mid-wicket region. It's running away to the boundary for 4. Another boundary for the Australian skipper. Australia, 1 run away from the double 100 and raising the bat. Partnership 31, much needed partnership. Encouraging signs if you're an Australian supporter. Got the inside edge of the bat there, Pat Cummins, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how they come. Doesn't matter how pretty you look. If you're an ugly sort of scoring player, it doesn't matter. If they come, the runs, and Australia will take the runs as they come. John says, bring back Homewood Gate. Oh, that was a saga in itself, 2013. As Siraj is in to Cummins, who defends on the front foot. And there's no run. Run rate, 3.5 runs per over for Australia. So the run rate's good. It's just that Australia have lost wickets at the wrong time. Nicely defended by Cummins. He got in behind that. And looking comfortable. Siraj, none for 30. He's been a little bit expensive, but he bowled well in that first session. Siraj bowls a short delivery to Cummins, who ducks underneath it, lets it go through to the keeper and Bharat. And that will be the end of the session. That's the last over of the session. And Australia are 6 for 199. 6 for 199 at tea. 9 runs off the last over, and Australia should be happy that they're touching 200. But India will be happy they picked up 3 wickets. But Australia, this partnership has been crucial in terms of getting a good score. And the players walk off the field at the Fresher Kotla And Australia scored 105 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. A run rate of 3.39, which is not a bad run rate, but the wickets were the problems there. But 100 runs was a good sign, I suppose, in 31 overs of play. And that will be T on day 1. Australia 6 for 199. We'll get through the comments. We'll have a discussion about that second session of play. There's Murph Hughes, former Australian fast bowler, in the crowd with the tour group. And he's looking on reasonably happy, I would think. Australia, at least they've gotten past the 177 mark and they'll touch on 200. But this is good from the tailenders. They've got to do this. Let's get through the comments. Stephen says, I think Stark coming back will help our batting too. Can hit the spinners, get a quick fire 20. Yes, Mitchell Stark is definitely a handy tailender batter. If people remember the 2013 tour in India, that test match in Mohali, Mitchell Stark got 99 and nearly got a test century. Unfortunately, he got out for 99, Mitchell Stark. But he is capable of playing in these conditions. You know, when you get a test 99 in Mohali, you must be doing something right. So he'll definitely be a key player as well. And as you mentioned here, Steve, that was lacking in the last test. Without Mitchell Stark bowling left arm over the wicket, creating that rough outside the right-handers off stump, it didn't really help Nathan Lyon. That's why he wasn't really effective. That's why we saw Nathan Lyon bowl predominantly right arm around the wicket to the right-handers, which is nothing wrong with that, but you've got to change it up a bit. Nathan Lyon's greatest strength is bowling outside off stump, bowling from around the wicket, from over the wicket. So he's definitely a crucial player in this team. That's for sure, Mitchell Stark. The players are having their tea and a short tea break, 20-odd minutes before Australia will resume for this final session of play. Dr. Jihan says, I think Uzi did his homework this time. I think less said about that, the better. I think it wasn't the greatest time in Australian cricket. I did hear Mickey Arthur talk about that on a podcast he was on, interviewing, asking him about those his time as coach around the world, obviously, and he was talking about the homework situation in India in 2013 with Australia, and not a great time for Australian cricket. Anyway, less said about that, the better. Raj says about 270, 280 should be competitive. Yeah, I think anything 250 plus, in between that range, in between 250 to 300 would be great for Australia. I think you're on the money there, Raj. Bharat, thank you for the kind comment. I'm quite embarrassed, actually. You say, my commentary reminds me a bit of Mike Haseman, similar pronunciations and modulation. Thank you, Bharat. I'm quite embarrassed by that. Yes, Mike Haseman, very good commentator from South Africa, but he played a bit for South Australia as well, first-class cricket. As Jihan says. Yeah, absolutely right there, Jihan. Did play for South Australia. But thank you, Bharat, for that kind comment. Quite embarrassing, but I'm very glad that I can remind you of Mike Haseman in the way that you're listening to my dulcet tones of describing this second session of this second test between India and Australia. I try my best. It does wear your throat out a bit, but it's all great fun nonetheless. Stephen says, referring to Jihan's point about Steve O'Keefe, I think that's about Pune 2017. Yeah, that's where he got 12 wickets. That pitch in Pune was a difficult surface. Australia won by 300-odd runs. Raj says that's the only match they won in the last decade. Pretty much, Australia. That's the only test that Australia's won in India for the first time since 2004. It's been a while. Where are we in the comments? Thank you, John. Kind there. Comparing me to the great Richie Benaud. No one can be like the great Richie Benaud. That's a wonderful commentator he was. But thank you for that, John. Very kind words. Stephen says, a bit like Gideon Haig. Oh, thank you. Yes, that's a kind comment there. Just trying to be myself, not anyone I can be, not trying to replicate anyone, just trying to be myself, really, which is the important thing in life. Jihan says, very handy 23 from Cummins. It was, actually. It was. John says, have to make dinner. Are you streaming through to Stumps? I've got a little bit of time. What's the time now? Just nearly 7:30 my time. So I've got a little bit of time. I think I'll stream a little bit into the last session. Why not? It's a Friday night, but I do have to end a little bit into the last session of play because I do have to get some stuff prepared for the podcast for tomorrow because we are interviewing a guest for the podcast, and that interview's tomorrow. So I have to make sure everything's ready for that. But I'll be streaming a little bit after the tea session, John. Not all of it. I'll be streaming probably maybe 10 or 12 overs, maybe. Not all of it, because I do have to prepare for tomorrow's interview with our guest. And I'll talk about that a little bit in a moment. But yeah, John, I'll be around for a little bit. Why not? We'll stream a little bit of the last session, and then I will have to end the stream after that. But yeah, John, when you come back from making dinner, I'll be definitely back, that's for sure. Streaming a little bit of the last session before I have to sign out. Raj says, it's a bit crazy to think that Lyon needs Stark in the team to be a capable bowler. I think he is really good, but is nullified and act as a defensive bowler without the rough created by Stark. That's the thing. That's why Mitchell Stark is a valuable member of this team, Raj. And Nathan Lyon and him are very close friends, of course. And you know, you need you just need him to churn up that rough outside the legs off stump for the right-handers. And without him, it makes it a little bit difficult. But you would think without that, he should be a capable bowler. But bowling in the subcontinent is very different to bowling in Australia, for example. You need to change everything. Pace, line and length, trajectory, speeds. Jihan says, is it hot in Adelaide? Melbourne's hit 40 degrees today, apparently. I can tell you right now, Jihan, it's around about 23 degrees at the moment. So it's a bit cooler than it was today. I'll just have a look at the temperatures. Yesterday hit 40 degrees. It was very hot yesterday, around about 40, 41. I'll just have a look at the weather on my app to let you know. Around about 40 yesterday. Today was hot as well. Yeah, around about 38, 40 today. So, yeah, very hot, as it always is in summer in Australia. So very hot today, but around about 29 at the moment. So it's quite cool. Not bad for playing a bit of game of cricket, if you're thinking about it right now. Not bad conditions for training, I don't think. Don't want to train when it's very hot. I've done that once, and that was horrible, training that 40-degree heat or 30-degree heat once. Not very pleasant. But yeah, hot, very hot. Thanks, everyone, for sticking with us. We'll be streaming a little bit of the last session, but then I do have to go because, as I mentioned before, I am interviewing a very special guest for tomorrow's, for the podcast, which will be coming out in a few days. I'll talk about that a little bit after I get through the comments here. Raj says, but to think a bowler who has played more than 100 tests should have developed some kind of technique to make it work without another bowler. Yeah, Raj, it comes down to adapting. Cricket's all about adapting to problems and finding solutions. And that's the key. And you would think Nathan Lyon's a very good bowler. So, you know, he will know that that's a big disadvantage for him, but he will also know that he needs to stand up as the main spinner and do what he needs to do. No worries, Raj. Yeah, we'll be streaming for a little bit after the tea break. So we'll definitely be here for a little while. Why not? It's a Friday night. Got nothing else to do. But then I do have to go and prepare for the interview that I'm doing tomorrow with a very special guest. I'm looking forward to that, getting that out. Dr. Jihan, your question. If you have any questions, everyone, during this tea break, I'd be happy to answer them while the players are having their tea. Jihan, you say, do you think Australia need to do this series to knock India? Do you know what Australia needs to do to knock India out of this WTC? I did have a look at the scenarios, and I did have a look at the different scenarios, how many tests they need to win and lose. Well, pretty much for Australia to book a place in the final, they need to win one test match or draw one. So that's for Australia to try and get into the WTC final. They're pretty much on top. Have a look. WTC scenarios. I'm just having a look here as I try and figure out the predictions. Jihan says because they might get to play Sri Lanka. Yeah, Sri Lanka a good chance, but is it likely for Sri Lanka to win in New Zealand? That's the thing. I don't think they will, but you never know. You never know. Raj says Sri Lanka need to win 2-0 either for India or Australia to knock out. Well, I'm just looking at the predictor. So I'm just looking at the predictor. So we do the predictions. Let's just say we'll go through the predictions here. Okay. Just see what happens. So okay, so well, you would think Australia would need to win at least one test match, and then they're pretty much through. So India needs to do a lot of catching up if they are going to keep that second spot. As Raj says here, India will need to win 4-0, 3-1, or 3-0 to qualify with Sri Lanka 2-0 winning. That sounds just about right, I think. Yeah. But you would think if Australia do win a test match, let's just say they win this test match, which they can definitely win if they put their mind to it. They're pretty much through to the WTC final. So all to play for in this test match at the moment. Thanks everyone for joining us. Yeah, as I was saying a little bit, we have a guest coming up on the podcast. Now, I know it's been a while since we've interviewed a guest. It's been a few months. The last person we had on was Graham Winter. He was the sports psychologist. He was a former first-class cricketer with South Australia. And he's a sports psychologist, worked for the Australian team back in the day in cricket. Also worked with Olympic teams for Australia. So he's the last guest that we had on. But we do have a guest coming up. He's quite an interesting person. And he is an author. And he's written a book about his cricket experiences and a bit of information about him. I'm not going to give too much away, but he's a former cricket umpire who has umpired league cricket in England, in Kent mainly, and some Premier cricket in Australia, Victoria. And he has also written a book detailing his experiences as an umpire in both countries. And he's also an author. He's written some other books as well, besides his a memoir about his umpiring days. So tomorrow I will be interviewing him for that episode to be posted on the podcast in due course. So he will be our next guest. I'm not going to give too much away. If you go to our community page on our channel, you would see the book cover. And if you've read the book, you would know who I'm talking to. If you haven't read the book, then it's a bit of a mystery. So I'm not going to reveal too much about that. That's happening tomorrow, and that will be coming out in due course. So stay tuned for that. I'm really looking forward to that chat. He's quite an interesting person, and his book was very interesting to read and listen to. So just a bit of a heads up, that will be our next guest. He will be on the podcast. So T here at the Fesha Kotla. Australia 6 for 199. They lost 3 wickets in that session. Travis Head was the first to go for 12, caught by Rahul, bowled by Shami. Khawaja and Hanscom added a 50-run partnership for the 5th wicket. That was soon broken soon after Khawaja got out for 81. A brilliant catch from KL Rahul at point, and Jadeja picked up his 250th Test wicket. And then Alex Carey got out for a duck, caught by Kohli, bowled by Ashwin. So Australia over 100 runs in that third session. They lost 3 wickets. They're nearly to 200. I guess that's an improvement from the last test. And hopefully for them, they can try and finish off today on a positive note. If they can still bat and be out there until the end of the day, I think it will be a good day for Australia in terms of getting a score that is going to be competitive. But you would say that another session that was a good session of Test cricket. We saw some runs, wickets, we saw things happening, and it was a pretty good session nonetheless. So we're not far away from the tea break ending. We will be streaming a little bit of the last session, and then I'll have to go after that. Thanks for joining us, everyone. If you've got any comments or questions that you want answered, I'll be happy to answer them. Because it's still the tea break and we're not far away. Raj says, what do you think about WTC finals? I think it will be India and Australia. I think they will be the 2 teams in the final that will play at the Oval in June. So I think you would think India and Australia are favourites to win. I don't see how Sri Lanka will win 2-0 in New Zealand. You got South Africa and the West Indies who are still in the race, but that could go either way, that series. Both teams are not playing well at the moment. They're struggling. We saw that in the Test summer in Australia when the West Indies came out and South Africa lost those series. So to answer your question there, Raj, I think it's going to be Australia and India, and I think that will be a very good WTC final. They could, but you would think in English conditions, this is the thing, when you're playing at a neutral venue, you would think that Australia, given their bowlers and given, they're going to be more effective and they're going to play better in England, where here in India, the spin is the biggest strength for India. Over in England, it's not the biggest strength for them because it doesn't really turn much in England. You rely on seam and swing. So they'll have to change the team up. But as they say, you can beat anyone on any given day, but you would think Australia should probably get the job done in England for that WTC final. But nothing's set in stone yet. There's still a lot of cricket to be played to decide who will make it to the final. But I would think Australia and India are most likely to be there in that final for the WTC. We shall see. Alrighty then, we're back for the final session of play. We're going to be here for a little bit of the first half of the session, and then I do have to go to prepare for the interview that I'm doing tomorrow with our very special guest for the podcast, which will be coming out during this next few days or week. Very looking forward to speaking to our guest, and he's quite an interesting character, and his book that he written about his umpiring experiences is quite interesting as well. Raj says India won their last match at the Oval. We were very competitive in England against England, and we have beaten Australia in Australia. Yes, I say, Raj, it feels like Australia have the edge, but India sure has the numbers behind them. Thank you for that, Raj. he has to say, even when we lost to South Africa 2-1, we were very competitive there as well. Yeah, absolutely. All right, first session about to begin for this final session of the day. Australia won the toss. They are 6 for 199, 56 overs being bowled in the book. We will be here for a little bit of the last session, and we will be here for a little while for this last session. But thanks for joining us, everyone. Thanks for sticking around and offering your thoughts and comments on the test match in the comments section. So here we go. It's going to be Axel Patel to bowl the first over after tea to Hanscom. This one defended by Hanscom on the back foot for no run. And he does it with ease and confidence, Hanscom. He's looked pretty good today. 6 for 199. Australia 1 run away from ticking 200. Raj says, you say Hostel's still down. I'm going to get some lunch. See you later. Yeah, see you, Raj. Hope you enjoyed today. Thanks for joining. Patel defends. Patel into Hanscom. This one defended on the front foot by Hanscom for no run. 2 dot balls to begin the first over after tea. Australia 6 for 199. Patel in. Defended again by Hanscom on the front foot. And there's no run. Patel into Hanscom, backs away, gives himself room to hit through the offside, but he hit it straight to the fielder at cover for no run. 4 dot balls from Patel. It's been a good over from him after tea. I think the goal for Australia will be to just pretty much bat out the day if they can. It's simple, very simple. Try and bat out the day and get to that score of 250. Patel in again. This one defended on the front foot by Hanscom for no run. One ball left off the first over. And defended nicely on the front foot again from Hanscom. It's a maiden over to begin the first over after tea. Australia 6 for 199, 57 overs have been bowled. Six for 199. Australia 57 overs they've batted for. And they'll be hoping to bat all day today. Just get that score above 200, 250, 300 if they can. Six for 199. And it's going to be Mohammad Shami to bowl the second over after this tea break. And he'll be bowling to the captain, Pat Cummins, who's on strike. Shami in, this one full. And Cummins defends on the front foot. And there is no run. Partnership 31 off 61. It's a handy partnership for Australia. This delivery from Shami just outside off stump, back of the length. Pat Cummins went to leave that, but then it got the toe end of the bat, inside edge, and the ball just bounced straight into the ground. So a bit indecisive there, Pat Cummins. But he will be hoping to just get back and get reset at the wicket. It's a handy partnership. Good runs here for Australia. Shami in again. This one, another back of a length ball from Cummins, who defends on the back foot for no run. Thanks for joining us, everyone. We'll be here for a little bit while of the third session. we'll be here for a little bit. So we'll be here for the first bit of the first session, and then we will end today's watch along. But I do appreciate everyone joining us. It's been some interesting discussions that we've had today as Pat Cummins faces Shami again. Shami in, this one full and driven by Cummins to the fielder at extra cover for no run. Pat Cummins looks comfortable at the crease. He doesn't look troubled. He's certainly played his shots against the spinners. He's hit a couple of sixes. Even to the quicks, he looks okay. He's a capable batter, Pat Cummins, but in recent times, he has struggled with the bat, and he'll be hoping just to get some form and get some runs with the bat again. He's got a Test 50. That was against India in Melbourne. That was back in 2018-19, so he can definitely bat Pat Cummins. The captain needs to stand up. Shami in to Cummins, defends this delivery for no run. Kept a little bit low. And another top ball. It's a good start from Shami after the tea break. That's a good start from both sides. Australia looking just to get back into the groove and the swing of things. And getting back into the rhythm of things as well. Shami in to Kawaj, to Cummins, outside edge and drop catch. Hands on head from Mohammad Shami. It was a chance. It was KL Rahul who's put it down. Pat Cummins dropped on 23. Yeah, got the outside edge there. Just squared Cummins up. And a drop catch from India. Cummins dropped. Bit of luck for Australia. He took a very good catch off Khawaja, KL Rahul, but unfortunately for that one, he dropped it in the slip cordon there. He's quite wide there in the slips. Shami again, last ball to Cummins, and it's a dot ball defended nicely by the Australian captain. It's the end of the over at 6 for 199. It's a maiden. Second over done after the tea break. Partnership 31 off 66. Australia 6 for 199. Pat Cummins got dropped in that last server by KL Rahul. Took a very good catch off Usman Khawaja to get him out with one hand stretching out to his right. It's going to be Patel again. This time he's going to be bowling to Hanscom, who's on strike. Patel in to Hanscom. This one spins past his outside edge, beats Hanscom. And there's no run. Thanks for joining us, everyone. As I mentioned, we're going to be here for a little while for the first half of the session. And then we will have to go. But thanks for joining us, everyone. Patel into Hanscom. This one defended by Hanscom on the back foot through the offside for a top ball. That one just going straight on from Patel, that last ball. You've got to be careful, the one that spins, but also the one that goes straight on and doesn't turn. Patel in. This one a bit wider of the crease from Patel, and Hanscom defends nicely on the front foot. He's looked comfortable today, Hanscom. 36 of 84. Definitely Australia selected him in this side to be a good player of spin. He's certainly shown that. And he's shown what is capable. Patel into Hanscom. Defends on the front foot, gets an inside edge, which trickles on to the leg side, but in the end, there was no fielder. And there is no run. 6 for 199 for Australia. Third over after this tea break. of this final session. Patel in. Hanscom gives himself room on the offside, trying to work this ball through the offside. In the end, he misses it. There's no run. Yeah, he tried to cut that, Hanscom, but very close to the off stump. Good take in the end by the keeper and Bharat. Axel Patel bowing his head in disappointment. That was very close. Patel in, this one short. Defended nicely by Hanscom on the back foot. It's another maiden for India. It's the end of the over at 6 for 199. Thanks everyone for joining us. If you have any questions or comments, do comment. I'll be happy to answer them. Second session has been done and dusted. Third session now in place. Only 3 overs bowled in this last session of the day. And Australia will be hoping to try and bat out the day and get a score of over 200, 250, 300 if they can. And Australia will definitely take that in the first innings. This partnership between Hanscom and Cummins is a handy one. Shami in to Cummins. This one's short outside off stump. Cummins sways out of the way. Watches it go through to the keeper. And there is no run. Just a reminder for everyone. Make sure you check out our historical series. Looking back at Australia's 4 Test series wins in India in 1956, 1959, 1969, and 2004. We've already done the first 2 parts, 1956 and 1959 are out now. Stay tuned for part 3, 1969. That's coming out in due course. And also after that, part 4, which will cover the 2004 series win for Australia and India. This one, a full delivery from Shami, defended nicely on the front foot from Cummins. It looks quite easy for Cummins. He's not untroubled by the pace. Looks pretty comfortable against the spin as well. Australia yet to get off the mark in this final session of the day. 3 maidens have been bowled by India. Australia will be hoping to get that run to tick over to 200, which will be their highest score of the series. Shami in, this one defended by Cummins. And there is no run. Jadeja warming up, stretching. Ravi Ashwin will probably be doing the same thing. They'll be probably back into the attack as soon as you know it. But India just looking to keep plugging away here. Shami in again to Cummins. This one full on his pads, down the leg side. Cummins whips it behind square, down to fine leg for a single. And that will be the first runs of the final session for Australia. The 200 is up for 6. And for the first time in the series, Australia have crossed over 200. And that's a very good sign, especially when they got bowled out for 177 in the last test. So some improvement from the Australian batters. And we've noticed slight improvements that they've made today. Mohammad Shami, 2 balls left of the 60th over. He will bowl. He's in again to Hanscom. This one back of the length, short. Hanscom defends on the back foot. Defends comfortably with ease, Peter Hanscom. He made 30-odd in the first innings of the first test. He's now made 36 in this first innings of the second test. So it's pretty much equaled his high score for the series, almost. Good to see him batting comfortably. Returning to the test side, of course, after a long break, hiatus. He'll be hoping that he can definitely score some runs here. Last ball now for Shami. He's in. to Hanscom. This one's full. Hanscom drives comfortably, beats the fielder at mid-off, who fumbles, and they'll pick up just the one run. End of the over. It's 6 for 201. 2 runs from Australia in that over. Slowly clawing their way to a score of 250 fill. 30 overs remaining in the day's play. You would think with spinners operating, you would think the over rate has been good, but we've had a few delays. Players getting hit, physios running out. So unlike the first test, the over rate's been a little bit slow in the second test. And you would think with spinners operating, especially from both sides playing 3 spinners, you would think the over rate will improve and will be able to get the 90 overs in the allotted time. Axel Patel will continue, and he will bowl to Hanscom. He got the single off the last over. He bowls to Hanscom. This one defended by Hanscom on the leg side for no run. It's good to see Australia really just grind it out, really try and grind out and work hard for the runs and be positive. That's what we've seen from Australia today. It's been good stuff. It's good to see that. You want to see that fight. You want to see that grit and determination. Patel in. Wider of the crease this time from Patel. And Hanscom defends comfortably on the front foot. And that is the second dot ball in a row in this over. Patel into Hanscom. This one defended again by Hanscom for no run. Thank you, Bharat. Yeah, I realized that. Sorry, my mistake. It's one of their lowest totals, that's for sure. As this one's punched comfortably through the offside from Hanscom. Bharat, yes, I did mention that. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're correct there. Yes, Australia did break that record. It's definitely one of their lowest totals in India, that's for sure. So what I was trying to say, it was one of their lowest totals in India. Unfortunately, I said it the other way around. Oh, well. Thanks for that, Bharat. But I soon realized that error I made as soon as I said that and as soon as I read the stats from that. I knew I was wrong. So that's all right. I don't quite get everything right. After all, we are human. Last ball of the over from Patel. This one defended nicely by Cummins. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. Just the one run from it. 6 for 202. But thanks for that comment there, Bharat. I misread the stats there. It was a bit all over the place when I was reading the table on ESPN Cricket Info as soon as I mentioned that on Cricket for Americans on that stream of the last test with Nick and Gabe. The table was all over the place and I didn't quite put it in right order. So that's why I read out that 105. So, but nonetheless, we all make mistakes and errors. That's part of the learning process, I suppose, of being a human being. As Jadeja will bowl his first over after the tea break. .31 is the run rate, current run rate for Australia. And Hanscom got the white floppy hat on, replacing that with the baggy green that he had on in that second session. And he will be hoping to score more runs for Australia. 34 off 84 is the partnership for the 7th wicket as Jadeja bowls to Hanscom. Defends on the front foot comfortably for no run. Jadeja in to Hanscom. Hanscom drives, finds the fielder at backward point, and there's no run. Australia still 6 for 202. Just got an outside edge there. Hanscom tried to drive on the offside, and that just worked its way out behind square on the offside. But he's looking to be positive after tea here. Jadeja in to Hanscom. This time he gets it in the gap, Hanscom, through the covers for an easy single. Ticks over the score. Australia move on to 203 now for 6. Thanks, everyone. We'll be here for a little while. As I mentioned, we've already streamed most of the second session. We'll be here a little bit for the first part of the third session. So if you want to get your comments or questions in, do it now. Otherwise, you may run out of time. Just giving everyone a bit of a heads up on that. Cummins swings hard at this delivery from Jadeja. Doesn't quite time it. There's a misfield from the fielder behind square on the leg side. It will race away down to the square leg boundary. Deep backward square leg boundary for 4. Pat Cummins trying to play his shots. We've seen him hit a couple of sixes off the spinners. Didn't quite time this. That was on the bottom part of the bat, the toe end of the bat. Went straight to short, fine leg. A fumble, and it went into the boundary rope. Rohit Sharma hands on his face. Not happy about that misfield. India have high standards in the field, and unfortunately that was a fumble. But nonetheless, for Australia, they'll take the 4 runs as they come. Doesn't matter how you get them, misfields or off the bat or extras. You'll take the runs when they come. Jadeja in to Cummins, who glides this or works the ball through the offside for a single. And he will pick up another run, and he moves on to 29. Six for 208. Jadeja in to Hanscom. This one has been driven by Hanscom to the fielder at wide long off for a single. And that will be the end of the over. It's the end of the over. It's 6 for 209. Not a bad over from Australia. A boundary and a couple of singles from that. 7 runs off it. A productive over, you would say, from Australia. And just slowly making their way to 250, which they'll take that. They'll be happy about that. And they'll be looking to try and bat for the remainder of the session if they can. And just scrap for every run and get those runs. 6 overs have been bowled in this session. And it'll be Axel Patel to continue. To Hanscom, who gets an outside edge, running away to the third man boundary. They'll pick up 4 runs, Peter Hanscom. That's another boundary for him. He moves on into the 40s. He's on 44. And it's been a very good knock from Peter Hanscom. This one a bit wider of the crease from Patel. Coming back into the right-hander, spinning the ball away from the left-hander. Enticed Hanscom forward. Got the outside edge, but it went straight to the third man boundary into the rope for 4. So here we go. Patel into Hanscom. Defends comfortably on the front foot. And he's been batting with ease. And once you get in and get set on this surface and get used to the pace, you can score runs. So we've seen that from Australia at times. It's just they've let themselves down a little bit throughout this day's play, where they really haven't done the basics well enough. But this one defended again by Hanscom on the front foot, and there is no run. But runs are becoming easier to score on. That's certainly what we've seen from Australia in this last couple of sessions. Patel into Hanscom, gives himself room onto the leg stump, accesses the offside behind square to backward point, deep backward point for a single. And Australia move on to 214 for the loss of 6 wickets. Two balls left of the over for Patel. The partnership is 46, and it's been a very nice partnership that these two have shared at the crease. Pat Cummins been quiet with the bat for some time, but it's good to see him scoring runs. He defends this delivery on the back foot from Patel for no run, looking comfortable and solid at the crease. And that's a good sign to see that this pitch, once you get in and get set, not unplayable by any means of the imagination. Just really got to apply yourself. Last ball of the 63rd over. This one beats Cummins past his outside edge. Straight for the keeper for no run, but a very good over from Australia. It's the end of the over, 6 for 214 after 63 overs. And the 7 overs have been bowled in this last session. For those who are watching us and listening, I will be right back. I just need to do something, but I will be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be Jadeja to Hanscom. Defends nicely on the front foot for no run. Australia 6 for 214. Just a reminder, we'll be here for a little while. 7 overs have been bowled. This is the 8th over of the last session. So we'll be here for probably a few overs of this last session of the day before we have to sign out. But if you've got any questions or comments, do send them through if you want them to be asked. Otherwise, you're going to miss out. Before you know it, we're not here. So get those comments and questions in before we have to go. 15 runs have been scored by Australia in this final session. Into the 8th over now, and it's been pretty comfortable, you would have to say, from Australia. Not looking phased, not looking troubled. This one defended comfortably again by Hanscom off this delivery from Jadeja off the front foot, and there's no run. India have a couple of slips, no bat pads on the offside or short leg. The field is back. This one defended again by Hanscom off Jadeja for a dot ball. Partnership 46 off 99. It's been a handy partnership for Australia. It's been a good partnership in trying to rescue and rebuild this innings. After that middle session saw 3 wickets lost for 100-odd runs. Hanscom and Cummins looking comfortable at the crease. Run rate's good. It's 3.37. That's a healthy run rate. Jadeja into Hanscom. This one outside edge. It'll race away to the third man boundary for 4. Peter Hanscom moves to 49, and the partnership is 50 off 100 balls for this 7th wicket, I should say. It's been a very good partnership between Hanscom and Cummins. Hanscom just opening the face of the blade there and just gliding that nicely past slip. Very curly there. Racing to the third man boundary, and the Australian supporters cheering on Peter Hanscom. Jadeja in. This one defended by Hanscom. He tried to glide it behind square again, but hit it straight to the fielder on the offside behind square. And there's no run. So last ball, the 64th over. Jadeja in to Hanscom, defends comfortably again on the front foot, and there's no run. Good over from Australia. It's 6 for 218. 64 overs. Four runs off the over. 8 overs have been bowled in this final session so far. $50 partnership of 102 balls. And this pair at the crease looking quite comfortable, you will have to say. Axar Patel to continue. If you've got any questions, everyone, a bit of a reminder, I will be going very shortly. So if you've got questions that you want me to answer, do send them in. Otherwise, you could run out of time. So we'll be here for a little while. There's only 8 overs being bowled in the session. So most likely we'll be facing a few, watching a few more overs, and then I have to go. So if you've got any questions, let me know. I'll be happy to answer that. Stephen says, Paddy making it look easy, see ball, hit ball. Yeah, he is. Just playing good cricket shots and just doing the basics. Patel bowls to Cummins. This one worked on the leg side from Cummins to the fielder at wide long on. And he moves on to 30. He's batted comfortably. We'll get to your comment in a minute, Bharat. After this ball, it's been a pretty good start after tea for Australia. Patel in to Hanscom. This one down the leg side on his leg stump. He tried to work that around the corner or through the leg side, but in the end, there's no run. Bharat says Australia batted for 63.5 overs in the first innings of the first test. They've gone past that now. Small victories. That's right, Bharat. That's right. It's about ticking off the small goals, and getting to 200 is one of them. Getting past 63.5 overs is one of them as well. So small victories are small steps for Australia, and it's good to see that. And we know that Australia are always going to come back and fight hard. They're not just going to give up and roll over. That's not the Australian way, especially for the cricket team. We've seen that over the years, and it's pretty comfortable at the moment. This one defended again by Hanscom. He pushes it onto the offside. Quick single, bit of hesitation. There was a bit of a misfield from the fielder on the offside, but they come through for the single, and that will bring up Peter Hanscom's half century. Raises the bat to acknowledge the appreciation from the Delhi crowd. The Australian team applaud him. The Australian supporters applaud him. And even the Indian supporters applaud him as well, to recognise that is a pretty good knock. 50 off 110. Well played, Peter Hanscom. That's his 5th 50 in his test career. Patel to Cummins, defends on the back foot nicely. And there is no run. Australia move on to 6 for 220. And this is the 9th over of the final session. Run rate's pretty good, 3.39. And that's a healthy run rate. If Australia can continue scoring at threes, before you know it, they could be over 300. They're on track to do that now with this partnership. Last ball of the over from Cummins. He defends nicely for a dot ball. It's the end of the over. 6 for 220. 5 overs have been bowled. Australia getting through the overs. They're getting through the runs. It's been good. And it's been good batting. You have to say, this is what we wanted from the first test. Unfortunately, we didn't get that. And we're starting to get that now, which is good to see if you're an Australian supporter. 9 overs have been bowled in this final session. And Australia just going about their business nicely. If you've got any questions, comments, everyone, make sure you send them through, because we will be ending the stream in a few hours' time. I do have to go because, as I mentioned before, and as Hanscom works this to the deep boundary for a single, first ball off Jadesia's new over. I am interviewing a special guest for the podcast. So I do have to get ready for that for tomorrow. And that episode will be coming out in due course. And I hope everyone will enjoy it. I'm really looking forward to interviewing our guest. He was an author. He's written a book on his umpiring experience in cricket. And if you know the book I'm talking about, which is on our community tab on our YouTube channel, and you can see the book cover there, and you can have a bit of a guess of who we're interviewing. I don't want to give too much away. That one defended nicely by Cummins for a dot ball. Australia 6 for 221. These two have a 50 partnership. 22 runs have been scored after tee. This one worked around the corner by Cummins. Cummins wanted a single, but Peter Hanscom said no. And there is a dot ball. Just doing the basics right. And this is what you want to see from Australia. Just doing these little basics right with the bat. Just play the ball, react to it, see the ball. It's not unplayable, this pitch. And we've seen that. Once you get in, once the ball gets a bit older, it's very easy for batting. Defended again nicely by Cummins for no run. Stephen says, good job, Hanscom. See you in 4 years' time for the next India tour. Yes, well, I don't know the next time India and Australia will play in India. It's Future Tours program will let us know that answer, but it's not for a while. But you'll have to say he's definitely a good player of spin. We've seen that. Confident. Looked pretty easy at the crease, you would say. He hasn't really looked flustered. Last ball here from Jadeja. This one defended on the front foot nicely, and it's a dot ball. It's the end of the over. It's 6 for 221. Australia going about things nicely after the tea break. 10 overs have been bowled, and the run rate's good. 3.35 is a pretty good, healthy run rate. Probably not the run rate you would associate, for example, if England are playing with Ben Stokes and playing Bazball. They're usually scoring 4 or 5 runs an over, but Australia, they'll take this run rate. It's a pretty good run rate. And definitely going to tick off that 250 mark, I would feel. They look comfortable. They look easy at the crease. They're not troubled by anything. The crowd having a good time, cheering on India, of course, in this final session of play at the Fresher Kotla. And it's now known as the Arun Jaitley Stadium. It's been renamed as Patel continues to Hanscom. This one short outside off stump. Hanscom works it nicely to the fielder in the deep on the offside for a single. And in the words of Richie Beno, it's 6 for 222. And it's always good when the score's ever on 22 or 222. And Australia 6 for 222. Run rate 3 and over 3.36. That's pretty good. These two have batted well. Hanscom and Cummins is good partnership, 50 plus, really doing well for Australia. Patel in again, this time to Cummins, who defends, and there's no run. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Really appreciate everyone joining in. It's been great. If you've got any more questions, any questions that you have, or any thoughts, let us know in the comments. As Cummins works this off his hip, off his pads, through the leg side. It's racing away to the boundary. It'll be reeled in by the fielder. Cheshwa Pujara, I think it was. They'll come back for 3 regardless. And good running there in the end from, it was Pujara there. Good running from Cummins. He moves on to 33 with that 3. I'm going to have a check to see if he touched the rope. I think he's okay, Pujara. Yeah, he's okay. He's fine. Got rid of the ball. Yeah, so no problems there. 3 runs, not a boundary. Baraj says Bortagavska's series from here on in will be a 5-test series. They will. Going back to the old days, Australia and India used to play 5-test series back in the day. But they haven't done that for a while. They've gone to 4. This one defended comfortably again by Hanscom for no run. Thanks for that, Baraj. Yeah, it should be interesting in the next few years. 5-game series. Hanscom works this nicely to the fielder at deep point on the offside, and there's a single from Peter Hanscom. Moves on to 53. Cummins on 33. Australia 6 for 2, 26. The pitch has died down a little bit, and the ball's gotten older. It's 67 overs old now. And these 2 batters have really faced a lot of deliveries. They've gotten used to the surface and the pace. As Patel into Cummins' last ball of the over, this one defended solidly on the front foot from Cummins. Good to see him in the runs. It's the end of the over, 6 for 2, 66 after 67. And Australia will be very impressed with how they've gone in this final session of the day. Some trivia. Of course, a bit of trivia concerning Australia. Now, here at the Fresher Kotler, Australia have won 1 test match. That's their only test win at this ground. So, the question I ask for everyone is, in what year did Australia win their only test match at the Fresher Kotler? And it was quite a substantial victory. Jadeja in. This one full from Jadeja. Hanscom drives to long off for a single. So in what year did Australia win their only test victory at the Fresher Kotler, which is the ground that they're playing the second test? So in what year did Australia win their only test victory at the Fresher Kotler? So if you can name the year, that would be pretty good. Already know what the answer is, as Jadeja bowls to Cummins. There's a caught behind appeal, and it's been given by Michael Goff. But I think Pat Cummins will review it. There's a discussion with Hanscom. He's reviewed it. He's gone upstairs. Jadeja breaks the partnership. But you would think that it could brush the pad, maybe. Pat Cummins seems relaxed. He doesn't seem too bothered. Peter Hanscom as well. Looks like Matt Kuderman has got the pads on. It looks like he's going to come in next on debut. Let's have a look. It was given out by Michael Goff. This one went straight on. Now then, did they appeal for caught behind or LBW? That's the question. I think they appealed for... Well, at first I thought they appealed for caught behind, but I think they're appealing for LBW. I'm not sure. Either way, if Pat Cummins hasn't hit it, well, I think they've gone upstairs for LBW. I think it was LBW first for the appeal. Looks like Pat Cummins hasn't hit it. This one didn't really turn. It went straight on, really. Let's have a look. Ball tracking. It was LBW. It's out. It's hitting the stumps. So Pat Cummins playing the wrong line. Playing for spin. But in the end, it didn't turn. It went straight on from Jadeja. He picks up the wicket of Cummins. But a handy partnership, nonetheless, a 50+. So Cummins has to go. First wicket after this tea break. Pat Cummins, he batted for 33 runs. He's gone LBW by Jadeja. And it's 7 for 227. Can Australia get to 250? I think they'll take that with 3 wickets in hand. But certainly you would say it was a very good partnership that they put on together, Hanscom and Cummins. Those runs will be crucial. But I think for Australia, anything 250 plus up towards 300, I think they'll take that. And that's not a bad first innings total. We always get caught up about 300 or 350 or 400. But I think if you can get up to 250 plus in between that region and 300, I think Australia will take that. It's definitely a big improvement from the first test. And if Australia bowl well, put pressure on India, I think we have a game on. But not ideal, but as I said, handy partnership nonetheless. Pat Cummins just playing the wrong line. That one didn't really turn, just went straight on with the arm. And Pat Cummins caught in the crease. And he's out LBW. Todd Murphy arrives at the crease. Had a very impressive debut, the young man. Took 7 wickets on debut. He'll be hoping to get a few runs with Hanscom, his Victorian teammate. Both of them play for Victoria. So we have a look at the LBW again, Jadeja. This one just pitching and going straight on. Not really turning at all. Cummins trapped in front, LBW. And at least he made a good contribution, Pat Cummins. 33 is not bad. That's good. And you want to see that from your tailenders. But for Peter Hanscom, it's up to him now to try and get Australia past 250 and beyond. And for Todd Murphy and co, it's about supporting him and just getting through it. Jadeja into Murphy. This one driven by Murphy on the offside for no run. Todd Murphy, be interesting to see what he can do with the ball in the field when Australia do eventually go out to bowl. This one defended again by Murphy for no run. That one didn't really turn from Jadeja, but straight on, and that's the problem. You're worried about the one that turns, but you've got to be wary of the one that doesn't turn and goes straight on. And that's why we've seen Australia get out of LBW so many times in this series because of that, to deliveries that have gone straight on and haven't turned. Defended again by Murphy for no run. Bharat says for our trivia question, the first ever test in 1959, I guess. That's a good guess there, Bharat. And he's gone. Murphy didn't last long. Is spun through the gate, straight back through the gate. Big gap between bat and pad. Todd Murphy is out of there. He's gone for a duck. And India finally gets some reward in this last session. It was a frustrating second session. Frustrating partnership between Hanscom and Cummins. They've broken that. Are we surprised? Not really. When you get 1 wicket in India, you can get 2. It can lead to 2, 3, and 4. And already for Australia, they're 8 down. Murphy gone for a duck. He's not in the team for his batting. He's in the team for his bowling. But he's got to go for a duck. It's 8 for 227. Peter Hanscom needs to bat on for Australia. Need to get the strike. And that's the end of the over as well. Jadeja gets a couple. Really, he shouldn't really have got those couple of wickets if Pat Cummins didn't play that delivery that just went straight on and trapped him in front. Nathan Lyon, the seasoned veteran. He's been in this position many times, batting at number 10 or 11. He can definitely hit, Nathan Lyon. He can definitely bat. He's got a few scores of 30s and 40s. So, he'll try his best to stay around with Hanscom, but it's up to Peter Hanscom to get Australia to 250. I feel like if Australia get 250, then I think they've ticked that off the list. I think that's a good score for them. And then with the ball, you can definitely put India under pressure. It's not the big total that you would have wanted, but nonetheless, runs on the board are the key. And whatever runs you get, that's what you got to try and work with. Nathan Lyon's got 1,280 runs at an average of 12. That's not bad for a tailender. His high score is 47. He'll be at the non-strikers end. Peter Hanscom on 54 on strike to Patel, who's in. And Hanscom drives to the fielder at cover for a dot ball. He'll be looking to keep the strike, and that's the right thing for Hanscom to do. Keep the strike, tick it over, make sure you run hard to get the twos, and make sure Nathan Lyon only has 1 or 2 deliveries to negotiate. So Australia have lost 2 wickets for no runs in the last 6 balls. Defended nicely by Hanscom. He's looked really comfortable. He's unfazed by that delivery by Axel Patel. Jihan says another great straight ball from Jadeja. That one turned. Let's Invest says Lyon needs to do an Axel. Well, he does. This one driven by Hanscom to the offside for a single. And Australia 8 for 228. Going back, Jay says 5 tests will be too much. Well, they used to play 5 test matches back in the day, Jay. So they're going back to that format from now on. Yeah, it's an extra test match, but that's what the both cricket boards have agreed with. So going back to our trivia question, Australia have won 1 test match at the Fresher Kotla. What year was that test victory? It was quite a big victory in the end. If you watched our historical series, you would know when that test match occurred and that test match win happened. Dot ball there, Lyon nicely defended. This one, Lyon works onto the leg side for a single, and he's off the mark. Last ball of the over, Peter Hanscom will have to face. He will look to keep the strike. So get your responses in the comments about the trivia question. In what year did Australia win their only test at the Fresher Kotla? If you know a little bit of the stats and the history, you would know what year it was. And it was a very good victory in the end. So Patel, last ball of his over, Patel. Couple of runs, 3 dot balls. Last ball of the over, of the 69th over. Australia 8 for 229. They will be hoping to get to that 250 mark, and that should be the number that they should be aiming for. Patel in, this one flashed by Hanscom. It beats Kohli at first slip. It was going like a tracer bullet, and it went to the third man boundary for 4. He cut that ball so hard, Peter Hanscom, and he couldn't, it just went through the hands of Kohli. He was late on that. Beaten by the pace. That happens at slip when you're fielding to the spinner. Nonetheless, a boundary for Australia. It's the end of the over. It's 8 for 233 after 69 overs. So, the trivia question. So, get your responses into the trivia question. In what year did Australia win their only test match at the Fresher Kotla? And if they are going to win this test match, it will take them a very long time to win their second test match. The last test match that the two teams, played at the Fresher Kotla, I believe, was back in 2013 in that series. So it's been a long time since we've played here in Delhi with India and Australia, but this one defended by Lyon. There's no run. Jadeja into Lyon. This one driven down the ground for a dot ball. Jadeja in to Lyon. Did that catch a bit of the outside edge there? No. Let's have a look at the replay. That one going past the outside edge of Nathan Lyon. In the end, no damage done. Clear gap between the bat and the ball. Jadeja, he's got 3 for 57. He got 5 in the first innings of the first test. got a couple, maybe 3 wickets in the second innings of the first test. Jadeja in to Lyon, who defends on the front foot. And there's no run. This one left outside off start from Lyon, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. It is 8 for 233. Nathan Lyon did his job. That's a maiden over regardless, but he survives. Get Peter Handscomb on strike. Australia, if they can get up to 250 plus, I think for them, that's the number that they should be aiming for. Bharat says, dropped again. It's a slip by Curly. I wouldn't say that was a drop catch, Bharat. That went fast and quick. You got to remember, Peter Handscomb cut that ball very hard, and it came at great pace. So no one's catching that. It went like a tracer bullet. So I wouldn't count that as a drop. Tough chance, but, you would have been Superman to try and catch that. As Jadeja, Axel Patel is going to bowl. Here's another over. He's going to bowl to Handscomb. He's looked pretty good. Handscomb glides this through the offside, and he'll pick up a single. So looking to rotate the strike. Dr. Jihan says, is 250 a good score or not enough? I think anything 250, 300, I think will be good for Australia, Jihan. I think we've got to be realistic that Australia will not probably get scores of 400. They probably won't get scores of 350, given their difficulties against the spin. So anything 250 to 300 for Australia, that's something that they got to work with, and they probably know that's their limitation, and they probably know that's their limit in these conditions. I think anything 250 plus, you're in the game. Unlike in the last test, Australia were bowled out for under 200. Then you're not much in with a chance. But Australia have given themselves a chance scoring over 200, 250. That gives them a chance to be in this game. If they can get 250 plus up towards 300, that's a bonus for them. Every run will count. Defended nicely again by Lyon on the back foot. There's no run. So, I think that, if the pitch is going to be deteriorating, turning as we predicted, then I think with India batting last, I think you would like to have runs on the board. Australia do have 3 spinners, so that will make their bowling a bit less innocuous as it was in the first test. You are relying on 2 spinners that have limited experience in Murphy and obviously Kuhnemann, who's on debut, but Lyon, the senior spinner, has to stand up and really take a bag of wickets, really. So Australia they will give themselves a chance when it's 250, because anything 250 plus in between that and 300, I think that's a good opportunity to stay in the game. Defended nicely by Lyon. There's no run to end the over. It's the end of the over. 8 for 234. So, I think if Australia get that, I think they'll take that. If you asked Australia this morning, would you take 250 plus on this pitch? They would say yes. So I think they'll take it. We just have to be realistic, and we have to, be realistic that Australia are probably up against it in terms of their limit. And you can see they are working overtime. But, encouraging signs we saw from Handscomb and Cummins. If you apply yourself on this pitch and you get in and get set, you can score runs, and that's what we're seeing. Now, we've seen that from Khawaja and Handscomb, who've scored half centuries. It's just that everyone else hasn't done that, and they haven't supported each other, and they've lost wickets at the wrong time, which is not the best way to go about things. That one defended again nicely by Handscomb. No run. But they're nearly approaching 250. They're 234, so if they can get over 250 plus, that would be good for Australia. I think we just got to be realistic in terms of their limits. This is the limit that they can bat at. They're batting out of their, skin basically, and they're working overtime. But I think they'll take this. That's for sure. Defended nicely again by Handscomb on the front foot, and there's no run. Got any questions, everyone? We'll be streaming a few more overs of this last session before I have to go and get ready and prepare for a special guest who will be talking to me tomorrow for a episode of the podcast with a guest. And he's quite an interesting person, and he's written a book about his umpiring days. And I'll talk about that a little bit more after this delivery from Jadeja to Hanscom. Hanscom works this through the offside through point. He'll pick up a single. That's good batting from Hanscom. Jay says that's not a drop. No, it was a difficult chance. It went quick. Jay says, is the test ball heavier? And it's still the same weight, Jay. 156 grams. It doesn't change. Still the same weight. So the ball is still the same weight, dimensions. Nothing's changed about it. So still the same. That one defended nicely on the front foot from line. To end the over, it's 8 for 235. For the women's game, Jay, the ball that in women's cricket, it's a different weight. I think that's a lot. I think that's 130, grams. Whereas in men's cricket, it's 156. So the women's game does differ in weight and dimensions with the ball that they use for women's internationals compared to men's cricket. I'm not sure if you were referring to that or just wondering if the ball was heavier. Still the same size, same dimensions, same weight. Maybe different ball manufacturers have different qualities about them, which they do. Every ball around the world's different in some sort of way. Kookaburra or Dukes or SG ball, they're all different. If you've got any more comments and questions, everyone, we'll be here for another few overs. So if you've got your questions or comments, do send them in now. Otherwise, you're going to run out of time. And if you wanted to ask a question or a comment, I'm not here because we would have ended the stream. So Mohammad Shami replaces Axel Patel. And Australia would like facing Mohammad Shami right now instead of the spinners, because if they face a lot of the quicks, they'll definitely get opportunities to score some more runs. Peter Hanscom got the helmet back on, facing the quick and Shami. He'll be hoping to get Australia to that 250 mark, touching 300 if they can, if possible. That would be the goal for Australia this evening. Hanscom works this to the offside for a quick single, and he moves on to 62. Run rate's still pretty good for Australia, 3.27. So the run rate's not been a problem. It's just been the regular intervals of wickets that have fallen. But the run rate's been pretty good for Australia. They've done really well to maintain that rate throughout this innings. That one defended nicely on the front foot from line. There's no run. Jay says, but sometimes red ball seems heavier than the white ball. Yeah, different qualities about them, I suppose, Jay. Every ball is different. If it's the pink ball, or the white ball, or the red ball. But every ball manufacturer does produce a different ball. So I suppose it could be different in size and weight, but it's still the same size and weight as Chamois bowls to Lion. This one driven through the covers from Lion. It's racing away to the cover boundary, and it will knock into the rope for 4. And that is 4 runs for Nathan Lyon. Vital runs for the Australians. They're 8 for 240. Australia 8 for 240. Now, going back to our trivia question, which was in what year did Australia win their only test here in Delhi at the Faisal Kotla? It was quite a big victory at the time. If you watched our historical series on the podcast, you would know how much Australia won by and what year it was. And this one driven down the ground by Lion, but there's no run. So any guesses, anyone for that? After this over, we will reveal the answer to that. Quite a significant win for Australia. And it pretty much set them up for that series that year, where they went on to win that series. This one again to the boundary for 4 from Lion. Another boundary for him. Australia 8 for 244. That 250's inside. And Nathan Lyon playing his shots, and India getting frustrated, as you do with Thailanders when they're batting. All right. So the answer to the trivia question: in what year did Australia win their only test at the Faisal Kotla? It was back in 1959. It was the first ever test that the two countries played at the ground. And Australia won that test by an innings and 127 runs. Just having a recap of the scores of that first test, as Lyon works this ball onto the offside for a single to end the 73rd over. It's the end of the over. It is 8 for 245. Good over from Australia. And they're closing in on that 250. So Australia won by an innings and 127 runs. Australia went on to win that 1959 series in India. They won that 2-1 in the best of 5 back in 1959. India batted first, and they were bowled out for 135 in that test. Australia replied with a mammoth score of 468. And a big partnership between Neil Harvey and Ken Mackay. They put on 132 in 97 minutes in that test. Neil Harvey went on to score 114 in 3 hours and 20 minutes. And that was his 14th test century for Australia. And in India, in their second innings, were bowled out for 206, and they lost by an innings at 127 runs. And Australia went on to win that series in 1959 by 2 test matches to 1 in the best of 5. So there you go. So Australia, that's 64 years ago, around about that mark, that Australia haven't won a test here at the Faisal Kotla. They've played a few test matches in that time. The last test they played here was back in 2013. And they've drawn 1 test. India have won 3. Australia have won 1 out of the 7 matches at the ground. This is the 8th match. And for Australia, they will have to try and break a drought that's 64 years old to win another test here at the Faisal Kotla. But 1959 was Australia's only win at this ground. And you can look back at that series with our historical series, where I talk about that in part number 2 in 1959. It's looking back at Australia's test series wins in India. Very interesting to look back and do the research on that. You will learn a lot, especially in 1959. They dealt with illness, hepatitis and dysentery, but they were able to win that series 2-1 in the best of 5. And they were only down to 12 players at the end of that series, Australia. Some of them had to go home, and others had to battle on and try and get through it. very difficult in those tours in the 50s. So that's... But Ralph says Richie Bennett took a fifer in that second innings. He did. He was the main spinner, Bharat. He was the main spinner for Australia. He had a wonderful series, a marvelous series, if I can use that word from Richie Bennett. He had a marvelous series. He took 23 wickets. He took 20 odd wickets in that series, and that followed up the 20 odd wickets he took in 1956 on the tour. So really, he has 50 odd wickets in 2 tours of India, Richie Bennett. So it's been a pretty good couple of series for him when he played there. Australia 8 for 245. Jay says, have I played ping pong? Do I like it? I have played table tennis once or twice in school. I don't mind it. Not bad. I don't mind playing tennis or badminton, ping pong or table tennis. Yeah, I've played a little bit of that. I don't mind it. It's okay. So drinks were taken, and Australia 8 for 245 at drinks. They'll be hoping to add a few more runs, get close to 300. Then they can. We'll be here for a little bit, a few more overs, I would think, before I have to go and wrap up the stream today. But thanks, everyone, for joining us. It's been an interesting day of Test match cricket. Australia fighting hard, hoping to try and get a total that is going to put them in a good position. At the moment, I think they'll be happy. I think 250, I think that's a small step in the right direction. There, so Jadeja, he will bowl first over after drinks in this final session of day 2. Of day 1. Day 2's tomorrow. And this one defended nicely by Lyon, who's on 10. And Australia 8 for 245. That one defended by Lyon, and there's no run. A reminder for everyone that in the next coming days and week, we will be posting an episode with a very special guest that I'm interviewing. I'm interviewing him tomorrow, actually. So I do have to go after a couple of overs here. We'll be on for another couple of overs, and then I do have to go. I do have to prepare for that interview with our guest for the podcast tomorrow. Talking to him tomorrow. But there's a bit of information about our guest. And this one defended again by Lyon for no run. Our guest is a former cricket umpire. He's umpired in both England and in Australia. League cricket in England, in Kent mainly, and also Premier cricket in Victoria. He's also written a book about his umpiring experience and umpiring in both countries. He's also an author, and he's written other books. So if you go to our community page, you will see the book cover. And if you read the book, you know who we're speaking to. But if you haven't, make sure you don't miss out when the episode does come out. So I'm speaking to our guest tomorrow, and I'm really excited to speak to him, and he's really excited to speak to me as well. And I hope everyone will enjoy it when it does come out. So we haven't had a guest on the podcast for some time, so I thought it was about time we interview someone who was involved in the game of cricket. And his journey is interesting, but a very colourful character. Mohammad Shami will bowl the 74th over. Sorry, 75th. I should say. 8 for 245. Hanscom drives through the offside for a single. Hanscom moves on ticks over another score in the 60s. But stay tuned for that with our guest. Ooh. So stay tuned for that. Really looking forward to our guest. He will be speaking to me tomorrow. No, Jay, it won't be a live stream. It will be pre-recorded. So I do have to go after a couple of overs here to just put on the final touches. As this one's full and straight. Nathan Lyon is bowled. His off stump is out of the ground. And Australia are 9 for 246. Well, Nathan Lyon didn't last long. Only scored 10 runs, but I suppose he did his job. And Matt Kuhnemann on debut will have to try and get Australia over 250. I think Australia will be happy with 250. They'll be disappointed about losing wickets again and getting bowled out in a day. But Mohammad Shami, another wicket for him in this match. And Nathan Lyon has to go. Well, really, it's not Nathan Lyon's job to score the runs. It's the top order and middle order, and you would think some of them didn't really do their job today. But you would say Hanscom and Khawaja did. But the others, like Labuschagne, Warner, and Smith, didn't really do their job today. So that's why Australia are under this sort of pressure. But Australia 9 for 246. Just get over 4 more runs to 250. As Matt Kuhnemann walks out for the first time in Test cricket, he'll be nervous, but he'll be excited to get the ball in his hand after he saw what Todd Murphy did on debut. He'll be hoping maybe I could do that and get 7 wickets. And for Australia's sake, they would like him to do that. So go back to your question there, Jay. No, he won't be live. I will be pre-recording that, and that will be happening tomorrow. And that episode should be out during this week or next week, but in the next few days. But very interesting to speak to him, and I hope everyone enjoys our discussion. And it's I'm quite happy with what we're going to talk about and how to approach it. So, it's a pretty good chat that's going to happen. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Make sure you get the notification on so you don't miss out on our guest, because we haven't had one for a while. Shami into Kuhnemann on debut, who defends, but trapped on the pad. There's an appeal for LBW. Shami was running backwards, facing the umpire down. He's saying, come on, give it to me. Give that LBW decision net on. But he says not out. I think India agree that that would not be hitting the stumps. But Raf, I don't know. You say, will Nick and Gabe be streaming tomorrow's first session or second session, since it will be Friday night for them? I think they will stream the first session. I think Nick will most likely do that. If they do, I will be most likely joining them, as I will be throughout this whole entire series. So I'm not sure, Brat. We'll have to see what they do tomorrow and see if they post a stream up. As Kuhnemann gets squared up here. Outside edge, it's racing to the third man boundary. He's off the mark. Matt Kuhnemann off the mark in Test match cricket. He'll come back for a couple, and he'll be happy about that to get off the mark in his first innings in Test cricket. Australia 9 for 248. They will get to 250. And you would say a slight improvement on the batting side of things. And Nathan Lyon just getting his stumps clattered all over the ground. Just splattering everywhere, really. Middle and off stump being disturbed. Really, it's not Nathan Lyon's job to score the runs. It's pretty much up to the tail end, pretty much up to the top order and middle order. And you would say Khawaja and Hanscom have done their job, but the others didn't really do their job, really, and that's the disappointing thing. Shami into Kuhnemann. This one squares him up again, but Kuhnemann able to work it to ground. No run. So I'm not sure if they will, Bharat, but most likely they'll probably will. We'll have to wait and see. John says, lovely homemade pizza for dinner, and I'm back to watch the carnage. There has been a little bit of carnage, John, but I would think Australia would be happy with 250. I think we've got to be realistic with Australia's strengths and limitations. I think 250 for them is a good score. They would have liked anything 250 plus in that range to 300. But I think 250, they'll definitely take that. There's an appeal for LBW. Yet again, Kuhnemann trapped on the pads, but I think this was going down the leg side. And India know that as well. So that's the end of the over. Good over from Shami. Got the wicket of line. It's 248 for 9. The overs we got left in the session. Quite a few overs left in the day's play. A couple of more overs, everyone, and then I will have to sign out. As I mentioned, I will have to leave in another couple of overs, purely based because I have to prepare for tomorrow's interview with our guest. He will be talking to me tomorrow about his book on umpiring and his umpiring experience. And that will be coming out in the next few days or week. So it'll be interesting to talk to him tomorrow for that discussion, that cricket discussion. We haven't had one in a while. And I just thought, well, probably the right time to bring a guest on as Hanscom defends on the front foot off Jadeja for no run. Baraf says, Shami uprooted Lions leg stump in the first test. This time it's the off stump. And he did. So good delivery as well. This one beats Hanscom past his outside edge for no run. Peter Hanscom. I think Australia will take the positives, I think. I think Hanscom and Kawaja's innings have been good. Pat Cummins batted comfortably for his 30-odd until he played a straight ball and got out LBW. No single there. Peter Hanscom retaining the strike, not exposing Kuhnemann. That's good batting. But we won't know until India have batted. And Australia have picked 3 spinners, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes in the first innings. Defended again by Hanscom for no run. So a bit of a reminder of our guest, some information on him. So that's our next guest for the podcast. And I will be interviewing him tomorrow, and that episode will be coming out in due course. But a very exciting chat ahead. He's a very good person. He's had a good experience being an umpire, and he's written a very good book, which I would suggest to everyone. You would see the book cover on our community page. So if you go to the YouTube channel community page for the podcast, you would see the photo or the book cover for our special guest. Now, if you read the book, you would know who I'm talking to. If you haven't, you have to wait and see who the mystery person is. But I'm not going to give away too much. But he's umpired in both Australia and England, and Premier Cricket in Victoria, League Cricket in England and Kent. And he's also written a book about his umpiring experiences and in both countries. And he's also an author, and he's written many other books as well. Jadeja to Hanscom, and Hanscom dispatches him to the cover boundary for 4. Australia go past 250. And Australia, for the first time in this series, have gone past the 250 mark. And I think that's a psychological win for Australia. And Australia can score runs. It's just about applying yourself. Hanscom again drives to the fielder on the offside. In the end, it's a dot ball. He wanted the single. Kuhnemann will be exposed to Shami for the next serve. It's the end of the over. It's 252 for 9. Well, Australia. Kawaja top scored with 81. 67 for Hanscom, and Pat Cummins was the third high scorer with 33. So you would say that positive signs for Australia, you would say. There was a different intent today, different mindset. The run rate was good. They've gotten over 250. That's a positive. And they've given themselves a chance. So it's not like they were bowled out for 177 again. They've given themselves a chance, and that's the main thing. Shami in to Kuhnemann, who jabs at this ball outside off stump straight to the fielder. A backward point for a dot ball. I think for Matt Kuhnemann, for him, it's just to get off strike, hand it over to Peter Handscomb. John says, we won't know until India bats, but Australia should not be happy. Well, I think we've got to be realistic, John. I think this is Australia's limitation and limits. I don't think they're a team that are going to score 350, 400 in these conditions. So I think I'm reasonably happy that they've got 250. At least that's given them a chance. Yes, winning the toss, you would like more, but at the end of the day, that's the way it is. So be it. They've got 250. That's good. At least it's not 177. That's a positive. So they'll be slightly disappointed because they're just doing the basics a little bit wrong again. They're losing wickets in clumps at the wrong time. They're not rebuilding partnerships. Those are the little problems that Australia need to fix. If they can fix those problems, then they will have much success in terms of scoring runs in these difficult surfaces. Kuhnemann works this through the point. He'll pick up a single. No, he'll come back for 2 in the end. Australia move on to 9 for 254. There's an overthrow potentially, but there's no extra run. But look, if this pitch is going to deteriorate and turn as we expect, then, India's the team batting last. So if you have runs on the board, it doesn't matter how many runs you have on the board. If you have runs on the board and you bowl well, you get India under pressure of some sort, then Australia are well in this test match. They're not out of it by any means of the imagination. And I think, 250 plus is definitely a good score for Australia. And definitely better than it was in the first innings of the first test. Kuhnemann rides this short ball from Shami, works it over the leg side to the square leg boundary for a couple of runs. Australia move on to 256 for 9. Got to pass the short leg fielder high in the air, Kuhnemann, but he's got 2 runs. Jay says second innings will be the decider. Well, it will come down to that. It depends how this first innings will go. I think the second innings will be crucial for Australia. If they can bowl India out cheaply, which is a possibility, we can't rule that out because all teams have a bad day. Then Australia will have to bat well in that second innings and get a lead and set a target that's going to be difficult. Now, obviously, the plan for Australia today was to bat out today and bat tomorrow to give themselves time and to eat away at time in this test match. That hasn't gone to plan again, but nonetheless, the run rate's been good. It's 3 and over, so they're scoring a lot more runs. The intent's been good. So there's signs of improvement. You've got to look at that. And I think that's a psychological win for Australia. Defended again by Kuhnemann. With no run to end the 77th over. It's the end of the over. It's 9 for 256. After 77. John says, I assume Lyon will open the bowling with Cummins. He probably will. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think, let the spinner bowl with the new ball. It will grip and extra bounce for Lyon. So I don't think it's a bad move to do that. Obviously, you got no one else to bowl seam up. That's the problem. Let's Invest says, how do you rate India's bowling today versus Nagpur day one? I thought that they bowled okay. I think at the start of the day, they were a bit wayward, leaking some runs, but they were creating some chances. Obviously, it didn't quite happen quickly as it did in Nagpur. Australia batted much better than they have from the first test, and you could see that today. So India, it didn't really come quickly for them. They had to really earn the wickets today. and be patient. I would say a reasonable bowling day for India. Probably not at their best at times, leaking runs and getting frustrated with those partnerships that we're developing. But all in all, I think they'll be reasonably happy with their efforts today. But I think they'll be still a little bit disappointed in a few areas. Obviously, they're a team that have high standards, and if they don't meet those standards, they can be a little bit disappointed with that. But I would say, not a bad day. The spinners bowled well, but the pacers leaked a little bit of runs at the start of the day with that new ball. But anyway, it's pretty much the spin attack really for them that it's going to do most of the damage. And then the quicks, if they pick up a couple of wickets, which they have, that's a bonus. Jay says the Pacers bowled badly today. Yeah, didn't quite hit their straps early on, but then they got into their work and did okay. So I suppose a reasonable day for India with the ball. But Australia still fighting on, 9 for 256. They're not giving up yet. They got one wicket in hand. Can they get to 260? That's 4 runs away. So just knock over those runs, set little targets, get to 260, and then let's get to 270 if we can, or whatever. Hanscom advances down the wicket, and he's out. He was advancing down the wicket, leading edge, straight down the fielder's throat on the offside. And that is the end of Peter Hanscom's innings. It was a very good knock from Hanscom. He batted well. And, it's a no ball. It's a no ball from Jadeja. How many times we've seen Jadeja bowl a no ball? He bowled Steve Smith out in the last test match with a no ball, and he's done the same here. Well, really, there's no excuse. As a spinner, you shouldn't be overstepping the front line. Yep, that's a no ball. That's on that line. Yep. It's been called by Michael Goff. Or they've made a mistake. Nope. They're happy with the call. Or they've made a mistake. I'm not sure. Or they're checking it again. Now, if the foot's raised and now for a spinner, if the foot's in the air and it's behind the line, it's fine. But if the foot's in the air and over the line, it's a no ball. So that's what Richard Illingworth's checking there. And looking at that replay, Jadeja's foot was well over that line when it was raised in the air. So it's a no ball. Correct decision made. Michael Goff has signalled that. And Australia continue on. They get a bit of a lifeline, bit of luck for Australia for a change. Jadeja in. Hanscom slog sweeps him onto the leg side. Is it going to the boundary for 4? It is. The ball boys catch the ball on the boundary rope, and Hanscom into the 70s. It's been good batting from Peter Hanscom. He's really stood up today. And he's hit that nicely to the boundary for 4. Australia have gone past 260. This is good. Last wicket partnership. Hanscom in, backs away, drives down the ground for a quick single to mid-off. He'll get there. And he will pick up the single to finish the over. Good over from Australia. They've got a lifeline. Jadeja bowled a no ball. That's a big no-no. That's not good enough as a spinner, really. He's bowled quite a few no balls in the first test, Jadeja. And he's one of those bowlers that do bowl a lot of no balls as a spinner. You don't expect that from your spinner. So, Jadeja's got to work on that. Can't overstep that pop increase. It was a tight call, but at the end of the day, it's a no ball. And that's why we have the third umpire with these adjudications. Barav says, Green and Stark are major misses. They extend their tail as well. The third test will be even competitive, I feel. It will be. It's not ideal without them in the side, but you just have to deal what you have. You just have to adapt. But Australia are giving themselves a chance. These runs are crucial. And, that no ball there from Jadeja, a bit of luck. Shami in to Hanscom. Drives straight back down the ground to mid-on for no run. Peter Hanscom looking to open his shoulders and looking to get some runs for Australia. Jay says, no ball again. Less investors, no way. Bra says, Jadeja wicket on a no ball. It happens all the time. John says, tough call. It was tough, but while his foot was in the air and raised, if it's not behind the line, it's a no ball for a spinner. So in the end, it was a tight call, but I think the right call by Richard Illingworth. This one wraps, hands come on the body, but he's able to get bat on ball and get it for a single onto the offside. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. I think I will be around for one more over, I would think. We've been here for almost 4 hours, so I think we're not far away from the end of the day's play. I'll see how I go after this over. I did say I was going to leave in this third session, but the cricket has been enthralling. Very hard to take your eyes off it, I suppose. But we'll see after this over how many overs we have left in the day. If we only have a handful of overs, I might as well stay on. If we don't, well, I'll just see how I go. Shami in. This one short ball down the leg side to Kuhnemann. Kuhnemann lets it go to the keeper for no run. Alrighty then. We've got 11 overs minimum today. So we've got 11 overs left. Everyone in the chat, would you like me to stay for the last bit of this session? We've only got 11 overs left in the day, so if Australia do lose this 9th wicket, it could be touch and go for stumps. So let me know in the chat. Would you like me to stay on for the end of the session? I did say I was going to go, but seeing that we've come this far, we might as well stay on until the end of the session, I suppose. And that's the end of the innings. Kuhnemann is gone. He's been cleaned up by Shami, who picks up his 4th wicket. Australia bowled out for 263. Not a bad result. So India, 263, they've dismissed Australia for. Good delivery from Shami, right at the stumps. That one just coming back in with the angle. Hit the top of the leg stump. Kuhnemann cut in half. And for him on test debut, he will be hoping to get us some wickets with the ball. But Australia all out for 263. I think that is a competitive total. And I think they'll take that, Australia. They'll take that. It's certainly a big improvement from the last test. Let's just say that. And big improvement from the last test of this. So Australia all out for 263. India will need to bat out a few overs of the day. So we'll lose a couple of overs for changeover. We had 11 overs left in the day, so we'll lose a couple of overs. I think we'll only get a handful of overs in. So I might as well stay on until the end of the session, seeing that we've come this far. So why not? Why not? We'll stay until the end of the session. It's been a bit of a marathon, but 2 sessions straight. Definitely going to take a break after this, that's for sure. But Australia all out for 263. India will need to bat out a few overs here when they bat. But Australia, different batting approach today. I think they will be happy with getting over 250. I think that's a positive. I think, yes, it's not a big commanding total, but I think at the end of the day, I think they'll take that. I think they'll take that. They'll definitely take that. If you asked them at the start of the day, would you take 250? I think if India said, we'll give you 250 to Australia, I think Australia would take that. But some good signs from the Australians with the bat today. Seeing that we've got a break in the innings and we've got a few overs left, I will be back in a minute just to get some water. I've been speaking for over 4 hours and my throat is crying out for some water. So don't worry, everyone. We'll be back for the resumption of the Indian innings and the end of the day's play. We might as well. We've gone this far in the day, so we might as well keep staying on. So I will be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere, as India will get ready to bat in their first innings. So I'll be right back after this. We are back, everyone. Thanks for bearing with that delay. We are back as India will get ready for that reply. They bowled Australia out for 263, an improvement from Australia from the first test. At least they didn't get out for 177. So they've got runs on the board, Australia. Now it comes down to bowling well with the 3-spin attack. Be interesting to see who opens up with Pat Cummins. You would think Nathan Lyon will take that responsibility. We'll get through the comments. Sumit says, new ball, and it will be the end. What do you think? Now, Australia definitely have to get a wicket before play today, before the end of play today, I think. They will have to get that wicket. Just get a wicket tonight. If they can get a wicket tonight, that would definitely boost their confidence for tomorrow. But picking up a wicket tonight would definitely do that. Maybe a couple of wickets. So they've got to strike with this new ball. John says, before you know it, it will be stumps and you'll be still here. Pretty much that's been the case, John. I did say I was leaving early in this session, but once you get going, it's very hard to stop. So that's been the case, really. The time's just gotten away. But nonetheless, we've had a good time, haven't we? For over 4 hours. And obviously, I won't be live streaming tomorrow, that's for sure. I'll be taking a break. But if Nick and Gabe are doing it on Cricket for Americans, then I'll definitely join them. Most likely, they will stream the first session. We shall see. Baraf says, all out because the new ball was taken, before the new ball was taken. I think that's what you meant on your previous question there, Sumit. The new ball. Yes. Well, if they did take the new ball, India, yes, they probably wrapped it up. Baraf says 78.4 overs, less than 63 greater than 63.5 overs, 263. 177. Well, it's definitely improvement. It's definitely an improvement. Definitely Australia have batted longer and have scored more runs in this session. So have scored more runs in this first innings of this test. So it's been an improvement. Small steps, but it's good to see Australia adapting and trying something different. They know it's going to be a challenge in these conditions. That's always going to be the thing. But, small steps. It's good to see that from Australia. Sumit says 3 spinners, or maybe 4 if you count head. The rebold strategy by Australia. Well, that's the only attack they could come up with because Stark wasn't ready. Josh Hazlewood's not fit. They decided to bring in Kuhnemann. They have Scott Boland and Lance Morris. So they thought on this surface, we think 3 spinners is the best way to go if we are going to win this test match. So anyway, that's what Australia have gone in with. But we saw with the Indian spinners, if you bowl the right place on this pitch, you will get turn and you will get assistance. So Australia will need to strike in this final session. They've only got a few overs, not many overs. I think a handful of overs. Depends how long we've got for time. It's not far away before stumps. So Australia will need a wicket tonight. I think at least 1 wicket to ease the confidence, or certainly boost the confidence going into tomorrow for day 2. They will definitely need to strike with this new ball. Now, obviously, it will be Pat Cummins bowling. Who will partner him? You would think Nathan Lyon will. The Indian openers are on the boundary rope. KL Rahul and Rohit Sharma have got a job to do. The roller, it's the light roller. Don't know how much of a difference that light roller is going to make. But nonetheless, India have asked for it. Indian captain Rohit Sharma punches the gloves with KL Rahul as they make their way out to the middle, twirling their bats in their hand, playing some shots, shadow batting. And India, 263 runs they bowled Australia out for. And Australia, Pat Cummins will be hoping that he can strike with this new ball. He is the only quick bowler that Australia have. They've played 3 spinners. Australia didn't select Mitchell Stark. He wasn't fit. Same with Cameron Green. It was touch and go with them. Lance Morris is in the side. He hasn't been selected. He bowls quick with pace. And also, Scott Boland was left out, who I thought did pretty well in the last test. He was economical, didn't take a wicket, but I thought he did his job. But nonetheless, Australia have gone in with this combination. Rohit Sharma on strike, puts his gloves on, and he is getting ready to face this first ball of this innings. Jay says, I think Cahill will be loose in terms of not being tight and compacted. We'll certainly go for loose deliveries. Well, pretty much for the Indian openers, there's nothing much to gain, really, in this situation where you only have to bat a few overs before stumps. The number one thing is not to get out. If you get out, then that's not really the plan. Pat Cummins, the captain, he batted well. He got some runs, 33 runs he made. Here we go. Cummins in, first ball to Sharma. Over the wicket. Sharma flashes it straight to backward point for no run. Well, that signaled Rohit Sharma's intent. He's not going to sit around and defend for a few overs. He's going to play some shots. It was a bit short and wide from Cummins, but he got away with that. He hit it straight to backward point there, Rohit Sharma. Nathan Lyon does a good job there. Gets a high five from Ashton Agar, who's on the field, I'm guessing for Peter Hanscom. He's off the field. Batted for a long time. Australia have 3 slips to Rohit Sharma. Cummins, right arm over the wicket to the right-hander and Sharma. Sharma eases this through backward point past Nathan Lyon for the first boundary. And India have started well. First boundary for them. John says, I'm like that. Just 1 more over and I'll go and do the other thing I have to do. Yeah, pretty much. I said I was going to go early in this session, but once you get going, it's very hard to walk away, I suppose. Anyway, we might as well stick it out for the whole last session. But certainly I won't be live streaming tomorrow, that's for sure. I can't really do 2 days in a row, but Cummins in to Sharma. This one traps Sharma on the crease, hits him on the pad. He's in pain, he's limping. Pat Cummins looking to be aggressive, looking to lead from the front, get a wicket tonight. India will have to bat out 8 overs minimum to survive until stumps. This just hitting Rohit Sharma in that area that you don't want to get hit. So he's going to take some time to compose himself and just take a few breaths and hope that the pain goes away. It's not a nice feeling when you get hit in the area that all cricketers don't want to get hit in when you're batting. Cummins in again for the 4th ball. This one left outside off stump by Rohit Sharma. Watches it like a hawk. But Jihan says, don't know why he kept taking the single in terms of Peter Handscomb. Well, you know, you can farm the strike, and that's what he was doing. And he was also taking singles. But I feel like if there's a single there, then you've got to take the run. And that's what Handscomb did. So I don't blame him for that. But I do understand where you're coming from there, Jihan. That if you're an experienced batter, you've got to make sure that you farm the strike to a tail ender. But, you know, the tail ender's got to help you out as well. Oh, good delivery from Cummins. That one was rising. Caught Rohit Sharma unawares. It was high in the air. Got a bit of bat on that Rohit Sharma, maybe some glove. Let's have a look at the replay. This one bounced. Oh, yeah, got him on the glove. And he scampered through for a single. That one wrapped him on the bottom hand. And he ripped off the glove straight away off the handle. Good delivery from Cummins. This is a good start. India trail by 258. If Australia can pick up a wicket, couple of wickets, before the end of the day's play before stumps, then I think they'll be very happy going into day 2 tomorrow. But India, nothing much for them to gain, really, in this situation. It's just to bat out 8 overs. They would have hoped that Australia batted on for a little bit, and then stumps would have been called. But they wrapped up the innings before that time expired. Cummins in to Rohit, not to Rohit Sharma, KL Rahul, who defends, and there's no run. It's the end of the first over. None for 5 for India. They trail by 258. By 258 runs. First over done and dusted for India. None for 5. And they trail by 258 runs. They bowled Australia out for 263 in their first innings. Jihan says Marnus is going to bowl some medium pace. Pies with the new ball. Well, Jihan, that's not going to happen because he's gone straight to Matt Kuhnemann. So I think this is a good move from Pat Cummins. Get Matt Kuhnemann in the game early. He's on debut. He's a bit nervous. He's first-class record. He's only played 14 matches, average of 34 for 35 wickets at a strike rate of 75. So he's fairly new on the scene. He's got 5 for 25. So he's got a 5-wicket haul for Queensland. Big moment for him. Hopefully, Kuhnemann can draw on some inspiration from Todd Murphy the other day, where Murphy got 7 wickets on debut. Maybe Kuhnemann could do that. If he does that, Australia will be very pleased with that. Kuhnemann in to Rohit Sharma, who works it to the offside for a dot ball. He was advancing down the wicket, and in the end, the fielder on the offside cut it off. So, Jihan, that's not going to happen. It's Matt Kuhnemann who's bowling the first service. Spin, not a surprise. Australia were going to open up with a spinner. Kuhnemann in to Sharma, who defends on the front foot. There's no run. Good start from Matt Kuhnemann. Very good start. Kuhnemann into Sharma, works it to the leg side, a mid-wicket for no run. There's 7 overs left after this. India will have to bat out 7 overs. Jay says 3 spinners is good, but it could go either way. John says change of innings is 10 minutes. Yes. Yes, that's correct. Kuhnemann into Rohit Sharma. Rohit Sharma chops this down through point. He was caught on the crease a little bit there, but he was able to get a single away. I used to say, John, how many overs they deduct? 3. It's only a couple of overs for changeover, John. So it's not 3 overs. It's a couple of overs they take off the overall total of the day. So 2 overs they took off when Australia got out. So India, 2 less overs to face. So they've only got 7 overs to face today. So 2 overs are taken off that. Kuhnemann bowls to Rahul, beats everyone, beats Kerry, goes to the boundary for 4 byes. But it was very close to the stumps. Wow, it's been a promising over from Kuhnemann. Let's have a look at this delivery. Oh, this one kept low and it turned and it nearly hit the off stump. That's a good ball from Kuhnemann. Unfortunately, it went for 4 byes. It missed everyone. But some low bounce and some turn as well. So Matt Kuhnemann, good move from Pat Cummins to get him in early in the game, the debutant. He's already making things happen. Kuhnemann, last ball of his first over in Test cricket. Rahul defends. End of the over, it's none for 10. India trail by 253 runs in the first innings. Australia, if they can pick up a couple of wickets before the end of play today, I think that will be pretty good for Australia's day 1. And for India, nothing much to gain in this situation because you can only get out. Peter Handscomb on the field. He's done pretty well. He batted well today. He'll be very delighted with that innings. Les Invest says, must be tough for Agar to watch this. It's always tough, but he's got a smile on his face. He's out there in the field doing some fielding in the previous over. So he's got a smile on his face. So that's the main thing. Can't be down. These things happen. Just got to wait your turn. Cummins in to Sharma, who works this behind square on the offside. Nathan Lyon at deep backward point, and they'll come through for a single. India trail by 252. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. It's been a bit of a long session. Long couple of sessions, actually. We've been live for nearly 4.5 hours. So we've done 2 sessions. So the time has gotten away from us. But nonetheless, it's been good fun. India, none for 11. KL Rahul on strike to Pat Cummins. So there's 3 slips, a backward point, a cover, mid-on, mid-off, a forward square leg for KL Rahul to Pat Cummins, who's bowling right arm over the wicket. He's into Rahul, beats him, past his outside edge. Well bowled, Pat Cummins. That's more like it. Make the batsman play. That one just passing the outside edge of KL Rahul's bat. Good delivery from Cummins on that off-stump line, just outside off-stump. Making KL Rahul searching for the ball and play the ball as well. Just squared him up a little bit. His back hip came around. Squared him up. Didn't catch the outside edge, though. Cummins will be hoping to do it this ball. He's into Rahul. Rahul drives off the back foot. He will only get a single. Labuschagne will cut it off. Just for the single. John says, we need a little good fortune, like that ball knocking over the castle. Yeah, or a caught behind, outside edge, or one that turns back through the gate. Big gap between bat and pad. Australia just need a little bit of luck, and you need a little bit of luck in this game of cricket. You do. That's a silly game sometimes, cricket. But nonetheless, Australia will be reasonably proud of their efforts today with the bat. At least they got over 250, and that's a good sign going forward. it just shows them that we've got that belief that we can actually bat and we can actually get a score of 250. And this one outside off stump, well left by Rahul. Rahul, his record in test matches since 2022, he's only got 150. He's averaging 17 and a half, 158 runs from 10 innings. So hasn't been great for Rahul of late in test cricket. I can understand why. There's been a lot of talk about him, about his spot in the side. And as Cummins bowls to Sharma, who defends nicely on the back foot. There's no run. Good over from Pat Cummins. A much better over from Pat Cummins. As I was saying, much better over from Pat Cummins. In the last test match to Rohit Sharma, he was a bit all over the shop. But in this test match here, he's bowling pretty well. Only a couple of runs, 3 dot balls. That's a good start to this second over. Last ball for Cummins now to Rohit Sharma, who's on 7. This one left outside off stump by Rohit Sharma. It's the end of the over. It's none for 12. Only 2 runs from the over. India trail by 251. And we need about a handful of overs to get through to stumps today. Well, the camera's just showing Shubman Gill. Obviously, he's in good touch himself. Can't get an opportunity on the test side. Unless Invest says is Curly's India's best batter on this ground. Well, he is from Delhi. He's got a stand named after him. Virat Kohli Pavilion. That's where the players' changing rooms are here at the Fresher Kotla. Jay says Rishad Pant. Well, he's recovering from his injuries and he's making some good progress. Rishad Pant, we wish him all the best in his recovery. Kuhnemann to continue. First ball defended by Rahul on the front foot for no run. That Kuhnemann made things happen in the last over he bowled in that first over in Test cricket for him. One ball that turned and kept low. Nearly hit the off stump of Rahul. He's in again to Rahul, but he gets the run up and he gets the action all wrong there. Kuhnemann has to pull out. Just slipped a little bit there. So there's 5 overs remaining. Kuhnemann will be hoping to get the wicket for Australia, the first one. He's into Rahul. This one defended on the front foot from Rahul, but Kuhnemann, it's been a good start for him. None for 1 from his couple of overs. And Matt Kuhnemann just getting in an awkward position there. His spikes just caught at the wrong angle as he was bowling that previous ball where he pulled out. He bowls again to Rahul, who works it onto the offside for a single. And Rahul moves on to 2. Rohit Sharma on 7. India none for 13. They've got a few overs to go. Only 5 overs after this. So really nothing much for India to gain. It's just about surviving. If you get out, then that's not good. And certainly the captain won't be happy if a wicket falls in this little period of play. Deficit now is 250 for India. So Australia have got a good buffer. They've got some runs on the board. They've got to make most of it with the ball, get some wickets. Kuhnemann in to Sharma, traps him on the front foot, but Sharma gets the bat down in time and defends it for a dot ball. Jay says Curly has been poor against spin lately. Yeah, he's struggled a little bit against the spinners. Hasn't been quite himself, Virat Kohli. Kuhnemann in to Sharma, traps him on the front foot again, but Sharma defends on the front foot for no run. Good over from Matt Kuhnemann, just a single from it. It's none for 13 after 4. India trail by 250. Thanks everyone for joining us. Make sure you subscribe and like the stream. Oh, my mistake there. Kuhnemann had 1 ball left in his over, and he bowls his last ball to Rohit Sharma, who defends to backward point for no run. And now it's the end of the over. End of the over. It's a dot ball. It's none for 13. India trail by 250. Thanks everyone for joining us, and make sure you subscribe and like the stream and do all those good stuff. Click the bell so you don't miss out on the episodes of the podcast and when they are coming out. A reminder, we have a special guest that will be coming on to the podcast. I'll be interviewing him tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to that discussion. Just a reminder, if you don't know, he was a former cricket umpire, umpired in league cricket in England, in Kent, and also umpired some Premier cricket in Australia, in Victoria. He's an author, so he's written some books. He's written a couple of other books, and he's also written a book about his cricket umpiring days in both countries, in England and Australia. So I will be interviewing him tomorrow, and that episode of the podcast will be coming out in due course as Cummins continues to Rahul, who defends to the fielder at square leg for no run. So that episode will be coming out in due course, and really looking forward to that discussion with our guest. And I won't give too much away. If you read his book, you would know who I'm talking to. If you haven't, then it's going to be a bit of a surprise, and I won't give too much away with our guest, who is going to be joining us on the podcast for a cricket discussion about his cricket umpiring experience and his book and all that. So it's going to be a great yarn. This one outside off stump, well left by Rahul for no run. Jay says Ashwin next. Yes, well, if a wicket does fall, Jay, then I think it will be stumps. Depends how far we're close to the close of play. So he may not need to come out as not watchman, Ashwin, but he's definitely the night watchman. Definitely did that in the last test match at Nagpur. Go Rahul. What can he do? He's under pressure. Cummins in to Rahul. Rahul defends on the front foot. And there's no run. Let us know in the comments, how would you assess day 1, I should say, sorry. Getting a little bit ahead of myself there. It's not day 5 yet. It's only day 1. How would you rate day 1 for both teams? It's been another interesting day of cricket. A lot of runs, a lot of wickets are being taken. Lots happening. Not far away until the end of play. Comes in again to Rahul, who leaves outside off stump. Straight through to the keeper and Carey for no run. And there is no run. Top ball. Thanks, everyone, for joining us and having a discussion about this second test match between India and Australia from the Fresher Kotla in Delhi, now known as the Arun Jaitley Stadium. Change of name as Cummins into Rahul again. Rahul defends. This time on to the leg side to the fielder at mid-wicket for no run. And both Indian opening batsmen, Rohit Sharma and Rahul, pretty much know what to do. Let's pretty much get through unscathed. One ball left. Good over from Cummins. 5 dot balls. Got to finish it off. Can he get a wicket? Or can he bowl a maiden over? Keep the pressure on India. Still 3 slips. To Rahul looking to attack with this new ball. Cummins in to Rahul, who defends, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. It's a maiden over. It's still none for 13. After 5, India trail by 250 runs. Behind Australia on the first innings. The sun is setting in Delhi as evening descends on the capital. And a lot of people have turned out for day 1. Excuse me. My voice just slipping there a little bit. I've been talking for 4 hours straight, so it will go sometime. But it's going to be Matt Kuhneman to continue. I thought he's bowled okay in the first 2 overs. He's made things happen. He's got the ball to turn a little bit. Kuhnemann going to get the first wicket. He's bowling to Sharma. This one, Sharma flicks to the fielder at mid-wicket. Flick of the wrists for no run. Raj says, day is even. Australia lost an opportunity to score big. Even if India lose a wicket, it's mostly even. Yeah, it's been pretty poised. I think a pretty good day of Test cricket, you would say. Could have been in to Sharma. This one, Sharma defends to backward point for no run. Dot ball again. Good spell from Kuhnemann here. A couple of overs he's bowled. He's already conceded 2 runs. So good start to the Test career. Raj says, I still think my prediction of 370, 380 was good. We'll have to see how India performs well tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow is a new day, and tomorrow is unpredictable, and we will never know what will happen tomorrow until tomorrow comes. Defended again by Rohit Sharma. There was an appeal for LBW behind the stumps by Carey, but in the end, it was bat first, and Carey pretty much wasted his appeal for nothing. Kuhnemann in to Sharma, who defends onto the offside for no run. Well, we're nearly to the end of the day's play. And Australia looking for the first wicket of the last session for them. Matt Kuhnemann's made something happen. He's got the ball to turn, and he's done pretty well. I would say not bad on Test debut for Kuhnemann. He'll be hoping to get a wicket if he can. Kuhnemann in to Sharma, who defends straight back to Kuhnemann for a dot ball. John says, I say points decision to India today. I think India will bat long tomorrow. Well, that's the thing. For Australia, they'll be hoping to get early wickets and make early inroads, and then it will become a lot interesting. Defended again by Rohit Sharma for no run. But, but I feel like, this series, it's being talked up a lot. And then when the series does actually happen, it's sort of a bit of a flop, really. And it's not really what we expected as we talked ahead of this series. I think, and that's the end of the over. It's number 13. It's a maiden. Good over from Kuhnemann. India still number 13. Nathan Lyon into the attack. Not a bad move from Cummins. Get Nathan Lyon on, see what he can do with this new ball. Hopefully get a wicket for Australia. As I was saying, this series is being talked up a lot. Probably it won't really sort of result in what we expected that will happen. And that will be a very competitive series. After the first test, you would probably say, you know what, this series is probably going to go downhill. Let's hope it's not the case. But if it does, then so be it. But I think most Australian supporters, even though this series in India doesn't quite go Australia's way, I think Australia will be looking forward to potentially WTC final and probably the Ashes, and trying to win the Ashes in England. After 2019, they drew the series, but that would be at the end of the year. Nathan Lyon in to Rahul, who defends. Nathan Lyon bowling right arm around the wicket to the right-hander in KL Rahul. Nathan Lyon got to really stand up. I thought in the last test he was a little bit innocuous. Didn't really quite bowled at his best. Line in to Rahul. Rahul defends again on the front foot. Isn't that right? Raj says, only thing stopping me from saying it was leaning towards India is Australia scored a bit quicker. 250 plus is always a fighting score, no matter how good a pitch is for batting. Yeah, they got 250. They're in the game. And, Australia would know that. They're in the game. 250 is a good score for them, given what happened in the last test. So I think they'll take that. If you asked Australia this morning, you'll score 250, they'll take that. So it's a good score. It's keep them in this test match competitive. And, if Australia, take early wickets and put India under pressure, if they do have a good lead, I think the key for Australia is to take wickets, of course, bowl India out for a low score. If they can have a good buffer in the second innings, That's going to be the way for Australia to really press home the advantage. They really need that to happen for them. They can't let India get to parity. This one worked onto the leg side from Rahul, and he'll pick up a single. So that will be the key for Australia. If they can pick up a couple of wickets, make sure that India don't get to parity, get some sort of a lead, any lead. It doesn't matter how much you have. If it's a 100-run lead, then that's a bonus. But any lead would do going into the second innings because you've got that buffer already and you've already got a bit of a head start. So that's what Australia will be saying to themselves. If we can pick up wickets, we can do this. Lion into Rahul. This one on the, to Rohit Sharma. This one on the leg stump. Rohit Sharma tried to work it around the corner, but short, fine leg, cut it off, and it's a dot ball. Well, Rohit Sharma and Nathan Lyon. Nathan Lyon's gone about 6 times in Test cricket. So Lyon in to Sharma. There's an appeal for LBW. Trapped him on the pad. Nathan Lyon asking umpire Goff, was it out LBW? Australia think about the review and they say no. Maybe a bit too high. They turn away and Nathan Lyon will get on to bowling this next delivery. Yeah, probably just going down leg. That one turned a bit too much off the straight. There's Lyon in again to Sharma. Works it around the corner, Sharma. Gets it behind square on the leg side for a single. He moves on to 8. India, none for 15 at the end of the over. They trail by 248. Not far away until stumps. And Australia will be hoping for a breakthrough if they can before the end of play. That will definitely boost their confidence going into tomorrow. So 2 overs left in the day's play before we wrap up day 1. Being quite an interesting day's play. Australia have fought hard to get to 263 after winning another toss again. Pat Cummins calling correctly. And if Australia can definitely get a couple of wickets, either get one tonight or a couple tomorrow morning, then it's pretty much game on. They're giving themselves a chance. That's the main thing. 250, they're in the game, unlike in the last test where they got 177. Raj says Ashwin seems to be the only bowler to get Smith out on a duck twice. Well, he's a very good bowler. And he bowled that good delivery to Smith there. One that didn't turn, one that just went on with the arm and the angle, bowling around the wicket to the right-hander and Smith. Kuhnemann to continue. He bowls to Sharma, who defends nicely on the front foot. There's no run. Just seeing the Indian dressing room. Do believe Ravi Ashwin is padded up as night watchman. No surprise. That's what he did in the last test. Kuhnemann in to Rohit Sharma. Just falling short of bat pad on the offside at silly point. Matt Renshaw underneath the helmet there. Went lunging forward there, Rohit Sharma. Bat and pad, and in the end didn't carry to Matt Renshaw. But good awareness from Renshaw to throw it back to Carey as Rohit Sharma was trying to make his ground after advancing at that delivery. So 4 balls left for Kuhnemann. He's been pretty good at the start of his test career. Kuhnemann in again to Sharma. And Rohit Sharma works it through square leg. He'll pick up a couple of runs at least. Pat Cummins will cut it off. He'll cut off the 3rd run. And Rohit Sharma moves on to 10. Rohit Sharma picking up where he left off from the first test when he got 120 in the first innings. Australia would need to get him out early. Just see there from Rohit Sharma, just working that off the back foot. Through square leg, through the leg side, and nicely played in the end. Raj says, definitely don't want Pujara walking in at this stage. No. Definitely the night watchman's job to protect the incoming batter. Kuhnemann. In again to Sharma. Sharma defends. This one hits high on the shoulder of the bat from Rohit Sharma, but defends it to the ground. In the end, no damage done, and it's a dot ball. Todd Murphy hasn't had a bowl yet. So I think Pat Cummins, well, he's given Nathan Lyon a few overs. He's given Kuhnemann, pretty much Kuhnemann's bowled non-stop from this end. So maybe Todd Murphy could bowl the last serve of the day, maybe. Why not? We've got nothing to lose. It's only the last serve of the day. Why not give Todd the ball? Picked up 7 wickets in the last game. India trail by 246. So Australia definitely in the game here. They pick up a couple of wickets. The test match is still alive. Change in the field. Bit of discussion from Kuhnemann and Cummins saying, right, I want a field change. And that's what they're doing here. Bringing in another slip. They've got a short leg and they've got a silly point. They've got a mid-on, mid-off. They've got a short, fine leg. So they've got 4 men around the bat. Kuhnemann in to Rohit Sharma, who works it past that second slip, down to third man for a couple of runs. Caught the outside edge of his bat, but played it with soft hands and nonetheless picks up a couple of runs for his troubles. Pat Cummins, hands on his head. He knew that was close. But he's making stuff happening. He's making some stuff happen here, Kuhnemann, which is good to see from someone on debut. 1 over remaining after this ball from Kuhnemann. He's in again to Sharma. Ooh, turning past the outside edge of Rohit Sharma, just falling short of that second slip. Dot ball to finish. Good over from Kuhnemann. It's the end of the over. 1 over left. India, none for 19 after 8. 1 over remaining. Trail by 244. Thanks everyone for staying with us for this long. We're nearly touching 5 hours. So I will definitely be earning a good rest, as will the players when they go off the field for stumps. So if a wicket falls in this last over, then it will be stumps. And the night watchman will not be required for India because it will be stumps if the wicket does fall. So here we go. Lyon, 1 for 2 from his 3 overs. He will be bowling right arm around the wicket to KL Rahul, the right-hander. Rahul works his ball away onto the leg side, just behind square leg. He'll pick up a single, KL Rahul. Australia will be hoping to get a couple of wickets tomorrow morning. They'll be hoping to get a few wickets, really put pressure on India. They've made 250 and they've given themselves a chance. Line in to Sharma. Sharma works it to short fine leg for a dot ball. Raj says, I haven't seen the game since the streaming site went down. But thank you for staying on and commentating throughout the second and first session. No worries, Raj. I'm happy to do that. In the air, gone. Is he gone? He's gone. I think he's gone. Yes, he's gone. He's gone. Rohit Sharma's appealed. Rohit Sharma's reviewed it, but Australia went up for the appeal for a court. Off the bat and the pad, it ballooned up to Labuschagne. Rohit Sharma nodding his head in disapproval. But I would say to Rohit Sharma, do not review on Michael Goff's decisions. Michael Goff is a very good umpire. And when you review his decisions, it's very rarely that these decisions will get overturned. But Rohit Sharma's taken that risk. Oh, it could be brushing the glove. It didn't hit the bat. It could have brushed the glove. They were very convinced, Australia. You can tell if it's come off the glove with speed and pace as it balloons up in the air. But Michael Goff's a very good umpire. His reviews against him do not get overturned very often. Rohit Sharma was nodding his head, but the proof will be in the ultra edge. Australia were very convinced. Let's see. The ball hit the pad, but did it come off the bat? Well, in the end, he has to overturn the decision, I think, Michael Goff. Because I don't think he's hit it, Rohit Sharma, on that replay. But as I was saying, very rare that you will see Michael Goff in his decisions get overturned. He's a very good umpire. Even the best gets some wrong at times. I'm just having a look to see if it brushed the glove. That's the next thing. We're near the glove there, so it was given out on the field. And Michael Goff has to overturn his decision. Yep. And he's overturned the decision, unfortunately. Gets that one incorrect, but he's usually a good umpire, Michael Goff. And it is a bit of a risk when you do review against him because he gets so many right and very few wrong. Anyway, good bowling from line, though. He's in again to Rohit Sharma, who works it behind square for a single. That's the best way to play out the servers from the other end, and that's the non-striker's end. So he said, over to you, KL Rahul. I'm not facing the last two balls here. So Australia were very convinced in the appeal. Michael Goff was more than happy to appeal, more than happy to give that out. Rohit Sharma just gave the T sign straight away. He was convinced, and he was right in the end. He didn't get a glove on that. Oh, that kept low when it turned from Lyon. KL Rahul gets away with it, turns too much. But that one kept low from line. Good signs for Australia with their spinners. This pitch already showing some signs of inconsistent bounce. He got a bit of bat on that, KL Rahul. If he didn't get bat on that, that would have been close of LBW. But it was spinning too much. It spun and it kept low. Last ball of the day. Line into Rohit Sharma. Just falling short of short leg. I don't think it carried anyway. That's the end of the day's play. And India are none for 21. They would have been 1 for 21 if Rohit Sharma didn't review that court decision. He survives. He survives on 13. KL Rahul's on 4. End of the 9th over. And that has brought an end to the day's play. India will be hoping for a better start to day 2. But Australia, at least they got to 250 and they grinded it out there. And John says a spoonful of honey for your throat after this marathon. Yes, John. Well, I would need to rest the vocal cords because I am interviewing our special guest tomorrow. So I need to be in tip-top condition. But now I'll be drinking some water and being a bit quiet for a bit. Raj says, as soon as you compliment an Aussie, they scare us right away. Well, Raj, in the end, he didn't hit it. No glove. Sumit says that was close. Yeah, it was very close. John has a question for me. If the ball misses the bat, hits the pad, then brushes the glove, is that out? Not sure they checked that on Ultra Edge. Well, just having a look at the replay there. They went through the Ultra Edge process and they did check it. So as the ball went past the bat, there was no inside edge. There was only a spike as the ball hit the pad. And as the ball was still on its rise when it came off the pad and contact with the glove just to check that. The ball was nowhere near the glove, so in the end, the right decision was made. But I thought they checked it pretty well. Everything went pretty well for the third umpire there, Richard Illingworth. So I think I think the right decision was made there. Obviously, he didn't hit it, but Usman Khawaja being interviewed. He batted well today, 81, and he'll be hoping for a a better second innings when he comes out there and bats. So I hope that's answered your question there, John. So yeah, they checked the ultra edge, they checked all that. So even if he got a bit of glove on that, he would have been still out, Rohit Sharma. So in the end, it wasn't, and Michael Goff had to overturn his decision. But they did the right thing there. They checked all the processes and that. So in the end, correct decision. But Australia would have hoped it would have went their way. But anyway, they thought they bowled pretty well in that last little bit of play there, Australia. As that is that. But yeah. But going back to your question there, John, they usually check anyway to see if the ball's close to the bat or not before ultra edge. So that's what they always do for court decisions or LBWs. They always check front on spin vision. So that's without the ultra edge to make sure that there's, if the ball's close to the bat or not, and if there's any deviation. And then they go to ultra edge to see if it came off the glove or edge of the bat. So that's the process. And pretty much they went through that process, and in the end, it was the right decision. Usman Khawaja is quite happy in his interview. Sumit says even day. I would say so. I would say maybe India slightly in front a little bit, but I would say even day. Australia 250, they'll take that. India none for 20 odd at stumps, they'll take that as well. They didn't lose a wicket. They nearly did. But I would say pretty good day of Test cricket, I would say. Pretty eventful, pretty interesting. So, and pretty encouraging for Australia. We saw a few deliveries keep a little bit low and turn. So that's good signs for Australia in terms of picking up these wickets. So we're going to see this pitch deteriorate even more. So I think runs on the board, Australia were only will be happy with that, with runs on the board, pitch showing signs of turn and low bounce, inconsistent bounce. I think they'll definitely be happy with that. Raj says, I would say in even day. Yeah. It's depends how you look at it. Yes, say Raj, if India were 55, 65 for none, then I would say it would have belonged to India. John says, okay, only caught a bit of the review. No worries. Yeah, so that's usually the process, really. So they will usually check to see if the ball's close to the bat, any contact without the ultra edge, and then they will go to the ultra edge after that in the Arigma roll. That's how they do it for the third umpire. They have a procedure that they follow, and they follow that procedure, and that's how it works. So. No worries there, John. Raj says India will have to bat smart with the description Jack had for that line ball. Well, it kept low. It kept low and it turned. So KL Rahul did well to get a bit of bat on that. Otherwise, it would have been rolling across the ground. So, encouraging signs for Australia. There's something there for the spinners. We've seen that all day. And we've seen that ball keep a little bit low and turn off KL Rahul. So, Australian spinners will be hoping if they can pick a couple of wickets. We've seen if you pick up a couple of wickets, things can happen quickly. All righty then. We'll have a quick summary of the day, and then I will call us a day. I've been on for 5 hours. Been a little bit of a marathon, but a quick summary of the score, and then we'll have our final thoughts, predict what's going to happen for tomorrow, and then I'll share some news and all that about the podcast as well. So Australia batted first, 263 or out they made. Usman Khawaja top scorer with 81, and Peter Handscomb second top scorer with 72 not out. Two very important innings for Australia. India's bowlers did really well again. Mohammad Shami picked up 4 wickets for 60. No wickets for Siraj for 30. 3 wickets for 57 for Ashwin. 3 for 68 for Jadeja. No wickets for 34 for Patel. India had to bat 9 overs. none for 21 after that. Rohit Sharma's 13 not out, and KL Rahul is 4 not out. India trail by 242 runs with all 10 wickets in hand. So there's lots to play for on day 2 in Delhi at the Fisher Kotla. As we discuss, you would probably say it's pretty much an even day, pretty good day. I would think of Test cricket. Australia will be happy that they were able to get to that 250 mark. That's given them a chance in this Test match to be competitive and definitely put India under some sort of pressure and duress. And all to play for tomorrow on day 2. What can we expect for tomorrow? Well, I think for Australia, morning session will be crucial. First hour, I think picking up early wickets will be crucial. India, for them, it's just about trying to bat as long as they can. Pretty much basic stuff, really. So all to play for tomorrow on day 2. It's going to be an exciting day's cricket, nonetheless. But I hope everyone enjoyed it today for the 5 hours. If you joined us for the 5 hours straight, thank you so much. If you haven't, you can watch the replay again if you missed anything. Some news before we go. I would not be live streaming tomorrow. Obviously, I've live streamed for 5 hours today, so I would like to take a break. I may join Nick and Gabe on Cricket for Americans if they do live stream any of the play tomorrow. I will be there joining them and speaking to them. And hopefully many of you can join us if that's the case. Also, some news, as I mentioned many times throughout the stream today, I'm interviewing an important guest for the podcast. Just a reminder again, a former cricket umpire who umpired league cricket in England, in Kent, Premier cricket in Australia and Victoria as well. He's also an author. He's written a book about his experiences as an umpire in both countries, which is quite interesting. I've listened to the book on audio. It's very interesting. It's quite funny. He's also written some other books as well, besides the book he's written about umpiring and his experiences. If you go over to the community page on the podcast channel on YouTube, you would see the cover of his book. And that will give you a bit of an idea of who we're speaking to. If you've read his book, you'll know who I'm speaking to. If you haven't, you'll have to wait and see until the episode is released. So that's happening tomorrow, and that episode will be out in due course. So make sure you subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on our very important guest. It's going to be a very interesting chat with him, and I'm looking forward to it immensely. And I hope everyone will enjoy it as well and learn something as well, mainly umpiring, because we're going to be talking about that a lot. So, and about other stuff within the game as well. It's going to be a very enjoyable chat, that's for sure. Also, some other news as well with the podcast about going forward after this series between India and Australia. We'll be stepping back a bit from the podcast. So we'll become a little bit less active as we are at the moment. We won't be active for a while. So thank you everyone for understanding that decision. So don't worry, the podcast is still going to be here. It's just going to be in a lower capacity, that's all. So just a reminder of that for everyone as well. All righty then, I think that's covered everything. Thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you, John. No worries. Hopefully you can join us next time. Thank you, Raj. Thank you for joining us. I hope the commentary helped you, seeing that you weren't able to watch the game, unfortunately. Hopefully it will be back on. Fingers crossed. But no worries, Raj. No worries. No worries. You should have listened to the radio commentary in India, Raj. If they're doing some radio commentary on the series, that definitely helps. But I can understand watching it on TV is a little bit better than radio. But that's what they did in the old days when they listened to any sport but cricket, mainly on the radio. So you had to listen to it very closely. Alrighty then. Thanks, everyone. If there's no more comments or questions, then I will pull up stumps and end today's live stream. Before we go, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. The podcast is available on Anchor, Spotify, and on Open Podcasts. Make sure you do all those good things, support the channel. And until next time, keep safe and bye for now.